Morning, folks. Looks like my green screen's in good place.
Good.
Happy birthday to you. Anyway, it's not nobody's birthday. I just said that.
Okay.
Oh, gosh. What? Another Tuesday. Yes, another Tuesday. I get a break from working on the shop. We installed a French door. We installed 2 regular doors and more light switches and put up more lights, and I've got a whole bunch of little stuff done. The insulation for the outside walls is going up. Lots happening. So it's been really good. Ping Players is still sponsoring us, and they just released a short that we collaborated on. We made the short for them, and they posted it. We collaborated with them. So the challenge was that can you not collaborate, Robert, until it's posted?
You have to upload it,
Okay.
and then you request collaboration, but you can upload it, request collaboration, and schedule it for after it publishes.
And schedule it for after it publishes.
Sorry, you can schedule for after the collaboration goes through.
Uh-huh.
So,
well, Chris needs to get that process going.
Oh, okay.
Because he had me collaborate on it after it was already pushed.
Okay.
So we didn't get it. We didn't get to help push it much.
Gotcha.
All right. The Cult of Cody subscribed with Prime. Thank you. Lexi wants me to be a little sweet this morning. Thank you for coming, and thank you for the Butterfinger. I appreciate it. All righty. And One Metal Fist says hi. Okay, that's Twitch, and
as well as G-Man Gaming on Twitch.
Bryn Reeve and G-Man Gaming. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, I missed that. Says hello. Okay. And Bryn Reeve says, good day, Doc. Yes. Good day to you. Okay. Salamander Abdulov says hello. Now that crown and a number 2, what does that mean, Robert?
Oh, that's tracking how active people are in chat on YouTube.
Oh,
so okay. you get higher in the rankings just for chatting, as well as for bits, and as well as for jewels and donations and stuff like that.
Way cool. Well, Yep, the Cult of Cody did subscribe with Prime. That's good. Which means that he can come play on our community server with us. So that's good. G-Man Gaming said that. Alrighty. Well, without a whole lot more activity going on there, how about if we go to the game, Robert?
Okie doke. And what game are you playing today?
I am playing my quick play, where I've lowered all the requirements, lowered the amount of power needed, lowered the amount of cost per part, and lowered the um, space elevator um, items. And what that does is allows me to make big factories. So I'm kind of excited there. It's having a fun time, but I am now up to phase 3, and I need to make the modular engine and the adaptive control unit.
Nice.
And so the modular engine is going to be the next venture. And for an adaptive modular engine, you need a manufacturer, and you need motors and rubber and smart plating. So we have rubber coming in from our fuel-based power plant, and smart plating, of course, we've got in storage down below.
Oh, you got a ton of those.
Yeah, got a good start on those, and we have motors in a storage container down below. So we have plenty to just route the stuff up to the next floor and get our modular engines done. After we get that line built, we'll go ahead and build the adaptive control unit also. So let's get started there.
So Disdain says, "Hey Doc, finally got to phase 3.
Oh, cool.
The best part is I found a bauxite factory location right next to my iron factory. Tackling the water source today."
Good. Very good. Cool. Very good.
And Bryn just unlocked phase 5 today for the first time. Says there's a lot of new stuff to play with.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Big time. A lot of different machines, a lot of high-powered conveyors and stuff. That, yeah, it's pretty neat. Take another drink. Okay, I have my space elevator sitting there, but I'm gonna need probably more space than what I have here, because what happens when you get into the end of phase 3 is you start building with manufacturers, and manufacturers just take a lot of space. It's almost frustrating how much space they take. So we will, I think, make another floor on this and move the space elevator up another level. It keeps on getting higher and higher in this building. So I need to build a building that's going to be taller than my tallest item there. Don't have any sinks on this level, but I'm going to make it at least as high as it needs to be for a sink. So let's put it on Zoop so I don't have to waste a bunch of time. And to get above a sink takes 8. Oh, I don't have enough silica. You know, that's one thing I've not done, is I have not yet tapped a quartz mine to make any silica. I've gone out and just harvested silica. Did everyone know you could harvest silica?
Silica directly?
Yes.
From what?
From some crazy plants that are out here, right in there. And so as I've been going through there, I discovered that a lot of them just have silica in them, in the bags, already pre-processed. Go figure that one out someday when you really want to noodle something impossible. So yeah, there's a bunch of silica out there.
Didn't know that.
I didn't until just now.
Well,
maybe that's one of our undocumented tips, Robert.
There you go.
I mean, because it's not a starting location, and because it's not a starting location, you generally wouldn't go there unless you want to build something going through there. And that was the case with this build, as I had a need to go over through there to get to the big crater, the blue crater over here.
Okay.
So
we happen to have a university question from Disdain.
Oh, let's go answer it then.
Okay, let's see if we can get this to work.
Yeah, let's.
And what was the button just to move to the next message?
The play button there, the purple one.
Aha, there we go.
Okay, you've got how many?
Just one.
Oh, okay, just one. Okay, disdained and downtrodden. Okay, I'm sure there's a story behind that name. Is it worth using summer sloops in manufacturers for elevator parts, in your opinion? Absolutely, especially when you get to manufacturers and you're just trying to get through that next phase. I would pull those sloops out and use them for other things later. But for the time being, when you're trying to meet a milestone and complete a phase, definitely, because manufacturers are slow beasts. They just take forever to make each part. And it gets frustrating waiting for them. A lot of times you've got one component in there that makes it so that you can't make the manifold really, really long to make up for its lack of speed. But you want to make as many parts as you can as possible, fast as you can. Now, a manufacturer takes 4 sloops each. So, yeah, I mean, 4 sloops to double it. If you want to put 2 in there, you can. You want to put 1 in there, you can. But 4 is what you put in there to double it. And you can go a quarter, half, and 3/4, and then double. If you want to increase production incrementally, you could do that. But yeah, it is worth it for a short time, and then I would take them out and use it again, because it'll be worth it in another place for you to do that also. So hey, hope that helps, and let's go back to the game.
And Reaper says, "Morning, Doc."
Why didn't I take the hypertube? Robert, examine my brain and tell me why I didn't do something so simple as to take my fancy dancy hypertube.
Fancy dancy. I don't know. Yep, and G-Man says he's slooping all his manufacturers.
Mm-hmm.
One Metal Fist says, "Doc, my compacted coal power plant is finally moving forward, but they really need to fix the new road system. Sometimes roads just refuse to connect properly. If 2 lines are already connected, the 3rd or 4th one won't snap unless I draw it slightly lower, make a center line first, or rebuild the whole section. It took me almost 3 hours just to understand how to force the roads to connect.
Yeah.
The new vehicle roads have way too many bugs right now."
Yeah, they're definitely not perfect.
Yeah. Yeah, and Doc and I really fought with a lot of those issues when we were doing the 100X world, which we're going to get back to. And Doc and green screen did get bumped. There's that floating little triangle there.
Yeah, my doggy is under my desk. So we bumped it that direction? No. That direction. I see what he did.
There we go.
Okay.
Much better.
Okay, so all of these weird looking pipe things that you see off to the side, I will come out here and I'll harvest some of them.
Are those
I'll show
it?
you. Those and other things.
Cool. Cult of Cody says, "They work about as well as Pennsylvania's roadways."
Oh dear. You don't have an opinion about that, do you?
I tell you what, I give Missouri a lot of grief for a lot of things because I don't love living here, but the roadway is the one thing I like. They do roads well here.
Okay, so see, you can use the chainsaw to take these down, and the yield on these is 22 silica.
Huh. Cool.
And it's already pre-processed. No quartz crystals required. So, you go out and harvest these for a little while and you get a whole boatload of quartz. Now, let's see. Do I even have room in my bags? Of course not.
No.
Of course not.
We
My
also-
usual.
We have a good day to all from Harm Conan,
Good.
and a hello from Radioactive Cheese Wizard.
What?
Radioactive Cheese Wizard.
Radioactive Cheese Wizard.
Oh, Cody is a Pennsylvania Department of Transportation inspector, so he has a lot of opinions. Oh no.
Okay. Oh, and look at all this silica right here. I can just do some trading here.
So, Disdain and Downtrodden said, thanks to the info, no real story, just a flair for the dramatic and a love of alliteration.
Okay.
That's a good name.
Yeah.
Weiwei Y says, always believed you were AI. Glad to see you real.
You believed I was AI? Okay.
I have
I am
threatened to force him to retire and just clone him.
Oh, nah. That way Robert gets control of the entire enterprise.
The whole thing. My plan will be complete.
A full takeover, huh?
We're not at the point where we could do that in real time yet.
Nope. So the other thing is, see these tube things that we're passing by over to the left there? Tubes coming up out of the ground. Those also have the high silica content as well.
Huh.
So I haven't harvested any quartz yet in this game, but you can see the amount of glass that I've built around my factory.
That's pretty fun.
Uh-huh.
Marcus says, morning doc, hope you're doing great. I have challenges with utilizing trains.
Mm-hmm.
They tend to slow down at intersections. They haven't reached the block for a path signal reservation. Any advice?
You can't really control how they behave at particular junctions. That's just the way they're cautious going into a junction. There's a certain amount of, I have a feeling there's a certain amount of time that it takes in order to determine whether the next block is available. And they have to get within a certain distance or something to do that, I guess. But anyway, it is a challenge. I like seeing the trains go fast. And sometimes I'm a little concerned about how fast they go into train stations, because a lot of times if I have a train stop at the end, it'll go just boom and hit it like it's going to damage the thing. Of course, it's a cartoon, so that doesn't damage anything. And speaking of cartoons, if you're in the US, we've got a release. I wonder, was Wile E. Coyote and who did he? What was the bunny they always chased? Was that Bugs? Bugs Bunny?
No, Roadrunner.
Roadrunner. Oh, chase the Roadrunner. That's right. Wile E. Coyote chasing the Roadrunner. Yeah, there you go. Don't look to the left, Robert. Don't look to the left. Don't look left. Don't
I
look.
wasn't looking at your screen until you said something.
Okay. I'll need a lot of cable for upcoming projects.
Anyway, what were you going to say about Coyote versus Acme?
Well, the movie that Robert just named, Coyote versus Acme, is going to be released in the U.S. in August, and it looks like, for all us oldies that watched Wile E. Coyote get pummeled constantly by all the things that he tried to do to catch the Roadrunner, it ought to be incredibly funny. A nostalgia trip for us oldies.
I think it'll be a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, I think so too.
I appreciate IPs that know they're just there to be fun and silly, And so I don't have to worry about, or I have to worry about, that's such a weird way of saying it. It's not ever destroying the world to do something funny and slapstick, you know? Because that's the whole world ever was. The Grebo says, I used to watch Roadrunner, and I don't consider myself an oldie.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Justin Walker says, it is definitely hot out there, Doc. Love your content. What do you do?
I develop YouTube content. Oh, I'm retired from Boeing after 25 years, and just not completely playing around. I still teach at Lindenwood University because when I got my PhD, I was able to get on with Lindenwood University and teach master's courses and stuff. So
I love it. Yeah, staying busy, right?
yeah. Oh, and building a shop, building a 30 by 48 square 30 by 48 foot shop. So, well, that's just under 1,500 square feet. It'll house a woodworking shop and a paint booth to paint and varnish the woodworking. Works for going to Stream Satisfactory, that is.
I like that.
I like that one. Yeah, so that's kind of the way things have worked out for me anyway.
Bryn Reeves says, I did enjoy the news article a few years ago where someone had driven into a painted wall just like the Roadrunner would try. Funny, but of course they also totaled their car.
Oof. Yeah, that's the not so funny part, huh?
Yeah. Justin Walker says, oh man, you're right in my backyard. I taught and coached at Greenville University.
Okay. I'm not familiar with that one.
I'm going to look that up. In Greenville, Illinois.
Okay. How close is that to Missouri?
I'll look it up real quick. Oh, it's probably an hour east of St. Louis.
Okay.
So yeah, pretty darn close. Cool.
Yeah, the Lindenwood University was in a suburb of St. Louis.
Yeah.
Which would be St. Charles, Missouri. So
Yeah.
huge Catholic area, so a lot of city names are Saint this and Saint that.
Yeah.
St. Peter's, St. Charles, so forth.
Mm-hmm. One Metal Fist says, Doc, I found an interesting game yesterday called Forever Skies. It's not on the same graphical level as Satisfactory, but it still looks pretty nice and fun to play, from what I understand. Has a lot of gameplay that feels similar to Satisfactory. Okay. So maybe it could be a good game to try with your boys if you're looking for something new.
Okay. It's called what?
Forever Skies. I will take a look at it real quick. FYI, Doc is never looking for a new game.
That's actually too true. Too true, actually. I want to go play Slay the Spire some more, but I want to get done with this world.
Uh-huh.
This world has me obsessed.
And Grebo says, still waiting on Doc to try Outer Wilds.
Outer Wilds.
I went and actually watched a couple of the trailers from Outer Wilds. And actually, I'm gonna pull it up here in just a second and read you a couple of the reviews because it seems to be a very interesting game.
Okay.
Ooh. Forever Skies looks like fun.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah, he's right. It's not quite Satisfactory, but it has a lot of the same aesthetic as Satisfactory.
Okay.
But it says it's a first-person survival game set on a post-apocalyptic, ecologically ruined Earth. You can play with up to 3 friends to build, upgrade, and fly a high-tech airship as you're hunting down the cure to save humanity. So, some of the same building aspects, building out an airship, that kind of stuff.
Interesting.
That looks like fun. And it's only $10 right now.
Okay.
I will hold on to that. So, Outer Wilds. First off, it has overwhelmingly positive reviews, 95%.
Huh.
So, the people who review it love it. Okay.
Okay.
Top review says, first time I've sat through the credits with nothing but unadulterated appreciation for every single human that created the work of art and allowed me to experience it all. There's nothing but love in my heart for them all.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's kind of a gushy one.
Mm-hmm. Outer Wilds is a masterpiece of storytelling and engineering. Few games trust the player this much. Every discovery is earned, and the world is one of the most technically impressive I've ever explored. Its complete freedom can occasionally make progression feel aimless, but the ending more than justifies the journey.
Okay.
Now, here's a little bit more down to earth, the other side of the coin.
Okay.
When you first launch the game, it feels terribly confusing, too directionless, and maybe a little too unorthodox compared to the games you usually play, and maybe just ever so slightly nauseating because you're not used to the movement. Please just do yourself a favor and keep going and trying to figure it out. Eventually it will click, and you'll get exactly why it felt that way, why it had to feel that way, and experience one of the best narratives in gaming. I cannot recommend it enough. It's the kind of game that makes you glad you stopped and smelled the pine trees along the way.
Interesting.
So, it does sound like an amazing game, but one that takes some real patience and dedication to get through.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
So, Rebo says it's a very hush-hush game because the whole game is about learning lore through discovery. Anything anyone says can be a major spoiler, so most people just don't say a thing about it.
Okay. Anything you say can be a major spoiler. Well, that's interesting.
Sorry about that interruption. We had a quick visit.
Okay. Anything I should know about?
Oh, all the lady folk are going to see Paddington Bear at the theater.
Oh, gosh. I suppose they're taking the kitty folks too, right?
I do hope so.
Okay. That sounds fun. Enjoy it. That's a good thing to do on a Tuesday when we're live streaming.
There you go. And Mantrid, subscribe with Prime, says, good morning, Doc.
All right. Good morning. And thank you for your subscription. I hate throwing things away. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it.
So One Metal Fist says, I heard about that movie. It's Coyote versus Acme. The one where Wile E. Coyote goes to court and sues Acme, the company behind all his products that keep failing him in the cartoons.
Yep.
WB wanted to bury the movie even though it was already finished, and we almost never got to see it. Luckily, Ketchup Entertainment bought the distribution rights from Warner Brothers, so now the movie is finally supposed to be released.
Ketchup Entertainment. That's right. We did see their banner at the beginning of it, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
That's a weird banner. I mean, Ketchup Entertainment? Are they catching up to something?
No,
Or
I've
what?
never heard of them before.
Or they just like ketchup on their fries.
Sure. So Justin, the former professor, says he's been to Lindenwood for the big football prospect camp there, and he'll be in Chesterfield for a concert tonight.
Very good. Chesterfield's a great place. Great place.
Now, we don't live locally to there anymore. We moved. We're in the southwest quarter of Missouri now.
Yep. Near Joplin now.
Yeah.
So I teach remote online. Two online courses that I built when we went into COVID. So you can tell how long I've been teaching those courses in particular. I was teaching master's courses also, but they got rid of their master's IT program. So I just hang in there. It's a nice little paycheck, so.
Francisco does ask what mod you're using for the dual axis zooping.
Infinite Zoop, they call it. Infinite Zoop.
And I do believe that is your single favorite mod.
It is. It saves a lot of time, along with a mod that I recently started using called Snap-on, that allows you to snap your sorters, your mergers and splitters directly to the machines rather than having a bit of conveyor between them. And that comes in really, really handy because they don't have any limit on speed. So at times when you'd like to overclock a machine, but the output is too high, like on miners especially, and the output is too high for the conveyor belts that you have, you can slap one of these things on the machine, and each output will go to the level of the belt. So let's say you're near the end game and you don't have Mark 6 conveyors yet, and so you can only do 720 instead of 1200, but you can overclock a Mark 3 miner to 1200. Well, you can go ahead and overclock it, put a splitter on it, put two outputs onto the splitter, and you can get all 1200 out of that miner despite the limitation on your belts. So that's becoming a favorite of mine as well as being very compact. You don't have this standoff here that a lot of times you used to have. And I keep the standoff on places where I've got multiple inputs, just so I can make it not look so clippy. But anyway, I like to keep it a little bit realistic, but here on the single outputs, they're all snapped right on, and away they go.
Yeah, I think that's, to be honest, I don't like the snap-on. For one of its biggest benefits is the fact that it does give you a mechanical advantage in the game. It allows you to do things you couldn't normally do.
Oh dear.
And that's the reason why I don't generally like the snap-on mod. The fact that it's cleaner and it prevents the stupid, I forgot that 1 meter conveyor thing. I like it for that. But the fact that you can add it to a miner, overclock it, and then get materials out of it you aren't supposed to be able to get yet, not a fan.
To the purest of all you folks out there, that was just a lesson in purity, I assume that would be called.
Yep. Justin clarifies he was more of a coach than professor.
Ah, okay. That's why he was interested in going to the players thing that he mentioned.
Gotcha.
Yeah. That makes total sense.
Chroma just subscribed to Tier 1 again.
All right.
Been here for 6 months. He says, well, I planned to join y'all, but my dad had other plans. I'll try to catch y'all later today.
Okay.
I'm starting Satisfactory again with Satisfactory Plus maxed out settings. And of course the mod crashes on random nodes though, so I can't do randomized nodes.
Okay. Yeah, I read your post in the Discord about that, and I thought, oh gosh, you're a glutton for punishment, man.
Yeah.
Here I go play easy mode, and you go make it as hard as you can. Okay. Sometimes you have to have both worlds, you know.
Yeah. Grebo says, as someone who likes to hyper-analyze fictional media, hey, the concept of Wile E. Coyote suing Acme is an interesting one. I'd have to imagine the statute of limitations on any personal injury claims has well since expired.
Okay.
So unless he's suing...
ruining the plot line before it even begins.
Yeah. So unless he's suing for any current OSHA violations discovered outside of his own experience, I don't think he's going to win. Unless he continues to use them, of course. But I don't think that would work against him. But I think that would work against him in court.
Yeah. That's too funny.
G-Man says, oh my, I just tried Infinite Zoop. This is a must-have for me now.
Yep.
Infinite Zoop is really nice. Don't forget, if you use Infinite Zoop, to go to the MAM, because it does have its own upgrade path to allow you to zoop more and more.
Yep.
Infinite
at
Zoop
the beginning of the game, you can't zoop quite so much as you can after you upgrade it. So, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
If I have to say I do like a mod, I will say Infinite Zoop is the one I like.
Let's see. Did I go too far? Not far enough. Yep, not far enough.
Hey, Andrew. Good to see ya. Andrew says, hello. By the way, stubbing your toe hurts worse than an F-250.
How can something hurt worse than a truck?
Hurts
Oh,
worse
you
than...
mean the truck that hit him when he was on his bike? Ah.
We're talking Andrew?
We're talking Andrew.
You got hit by a truck? When did that happen? I mean, I guess that's a comparison that he would uniquely be able to make, though.
Yes, exactly. I had to think for a moment. Well, okay, that comparison's coming there.
Okay. Dang, that's a story I missed.
Yep. Problem is, he had his tablet with him, and his tablet was destroyed.
Oh.
So that was not cool.
Not at all.
The guy was really sympathetic, but the policeman that came on scene was not.
Yeah.
The other part of the story is that the policeman that came on the scene wrote a citation for Andrew for riding his bike on the shoulder, on the sidewalk within 600 feet of a business district. Now tell me when a kid riding a bike, or a youth or young adult even, riding a bike is going to know about an obscure law that says you're not supposed to ride your bike on the sidewalk within 600 feet of a business.
On the sidewalk or the shoulder?
Sidewalk. Yeah, he was riding.
How did he get hit by a truck when he was on a sidewalk?
He was going across the entrance, and the truck was coming into the entrance.
Okay.
So, you know.
Hey, you just got run over by a truck? That's awesome. Getting run over by a truck's illegal. Here's a ticket.
Yes. Exactly. That was the whole... Oops, I went a little bit too far on this one. Yeah, that's exactly how both Christy, his mom, my daughter, and Andrew felt about it.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
So,
our conversation kind of splintered into a bunch of different sections.
Yeah, it did.
So, trying to get back to one of the other previous ones, Disdained asked, what's your favorite class in Slay the Spire?
Oh, I haven't played it enough to get a favorite. I think I've only played that first character, haven't I?
Yeah, the Ironclad.
Yeah, and I've made it through. I think I've won with Ironclad once, one all the way through Act 3 once. But I haven't been back to play it because I've been obsessed with this stupid build here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here I am, set up with, setting up, building a floor. Don't have enough floor space for all my machines that I want.
Bryn says, a few years back, I bought myself a brand new car for my birthday, a Nissan Z. I had it for 8 days.
Oh, no.
Before a B double truck on a highway changed lanes into me and rode it off. I was injury-free, thankfully.
And did the insurance replace the car for you? I mean, if it was really their fault, hopefully. Gerbo says, I don't know what this Slyer is or why we need to spay them, but it sounds like Bob Barker would have a field day. Okay.
It finally started to click with me with the with the defect, because I was really struggling to win with the defect, and things finally started to click. So now I'm up to Ascension 5 with the defect.
Now, didn't you hear me tell you not to go ahead of me on that game? Huh?
Sorry.
No, but it wasn't something I actually said.
No.
I could try anyway. Okay, I've got my floor. It's not OSHA compliant because I could fall off the edge still.
Oh, Bryn says it made money on that wreck. It was insured for more money than he paid for it. Well, there you go.
Okay.
Nice. So Andrew says, I stopped at an intersection where a subdivision met a main street in town on the sidewalk, and the truck did the same right after me. When I pulled forward, he did too and threw me. I walked it off. Dang. I have a puppy that's being pretty insistent, so I'm going to take her outside just in case. I think she might be.
I'm going to read a first-time chat from Sea Captain.
Okay.
He says, I'm surprised you don't have more views considering how well your shorts on YouTube do. I have done. I think it's possibly the time of day. Of course, we're kind of streaming. Our main audience is the U.S. At least about 60% of our audience is the United States, is U.S. audience. And this time of day plays mostly to the European side of that audience, which is the other, 30%. And then we've got a few smattering of other countries that are not European that make up the last 10% of it. So that possibly could be it. But we are slowly building. There are currently 94 people total watching us both in YouTube and Twitch. So usually this part of the day, there's more more YouTube viewers than Twitch. And it has been a little bit light today. Today's viewers at 54. We're usually in the 60 to 70 range at this point. But that's okay. People have lives. Okay. And Disdained and Downtrodden says, sorry, Rob, didn't mean to get you in trouble. I was just joking too, but defect is really fun when you get good, and when you get good rewards. Okay. Yeah. Defect is no fun. That's for sure. No fun. Okay, I'm going to start putting some manufacturers down because I'm going to build that modular engine, and all I'm going to need is three supplies to bring up to it. So I'm going to start in this corner here. And I want to build a manufacturer. And I'm going to face it this way, I think, at the moment. And I want to put it right on that corner. Okay, what am I going to need to make the modular engine? I'm going to need a motor, rubber, and smart plating. So, did I choose? Yep, I chose it. Motor, rubber, and smart plating. And there will be my output. How much of each? Only 4 per minute on the rubber, and that's the max. Okay, I should be able to meet that pretty easy with a nice long, manifold, because the modular engine, it gets used again in quite a few items actually. Maybe not quite a few, but at least 2 or 3 different items later on. So, has anybody found that it seems to be harder to get these to snap next to each other lately? Like they changed some little mechanic in here that is making it difficult? I don't know. Okay. All right. Hat versus free time says, yeah, your YouTube content is great. Well, appreciate that. And I'm missing cable. I'll go down a floor and get a bunch of cable. Okay. Hold control works when you're placing buildings too. Okay, I'll try that.
Okay, we have a couple of puppies that are a lot happier now.
Okay, good. I read Hat versus Time, and I was complaining about placing machines next to each other, and so G-Man Gaming suggested that I use control to place the machines. I've never used control to replace a machine, so okay. I'm gonna try it. Okay. Oh, come on. Now I'm missing modular frames and I'm missing motors.
Disdain says, sorry, Rob, didn't mean to get you in trouble. The
Yep.
defect is really fun when you get good rewards. Yeah, it is.
Yep. It's great for buildings. Works for rails for people who don't know. Okay. Okay, I need...
For the defect, I just love
frames.
stacking tons and tons of powers, and it always ends up happening. No matter what, every deck is a power deck for the defect.
Uh-huh.
So...
So you would find okay, they're cards that are given to you by the creatures, right? That you're fighting.
Yeah.
So how would you say that it's in a power deck?
Well, meaning, unlike the Ironclad, where big part of Ironclad is you get really big attacks, and you're trying to deal as much damage as you can. What I find with the defect is instead I get lots of power cards. So I'll get a power card that says, every time you play a power card, gain 1 energy. Well, that just makes all my power cards free now. Then I'll play another power card that says, every time you play a power card, you get a lightning orb. I can't remember the exact wording there. Okay, cool. So now every time I play a power card, it's free and gets me a lightning orb. Cool. And then I get another power card that adds another ability, and every time I do that, it becomes, later on, instead of playing massive attacks, I play a whole bunch of small cards that kind of cascade into this super silly response of all this crazy stuff happening all at once. So, it's fun to watch that cascade happen.
Good heavens!
With all this inventory space, Doc,
with all this non-inventory space now, I've slowly filled everything up as I was getting more supplies. Robert loves to laugh at my inventory faux pas.
His lack of inventory management skills.
Orange monster today. About ready to throw the cup at him. Okay.
Jadon asked, what time is it for you?
It's between 9 and 10. It's almost 10 o'clock a.m. here. Okay. I need plastic. That means I need to be on the level with the trains.
And Community of Gaming is here. Hello, hello.
Cool. There it is. And there's my train line.
And G-Man says, fun fact, in settings there's actually an option to let you build buildings in one click.
Okay. My power plant is not functioning for plastic. I only have one line producing rubber, and the rubber's full, and the plastic is not.
36 items per minute. I bet you because the rubber's full, it's not producing plastic. Somebody forgot their overflows.
Nope, I've got overflows on all of those.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
The part of the overflow that's not functioning, though, which you can't really make an overflow on, is the fuel that's being created in the last step that I have not completely hooked up.
Okay. So it's made enough fuel and it's just backed up.
Yes.
Ruh-roh. Might have to actually finish that fuel plant, Doc.
And I might have to actually just finish that fuel plant. And the plastic is completely run out of this, and it's been recent too. Yeah, it's been recent. Okie dokie. Now I guess I know what I have to do. I gotta go hook up some more power plants, which means I've got to rebalance my bags, my inventory, so that I can make some more power plants. Okay.
Sea Captain says the chat reader sounds handsome.
The chat reader sounds handsome.
You are very correct. I have a
course.
face for radio, as one might say.
Okay. Alrighty. So I need to go collect a bunch of quick wire rubber, copper sheet, a lot of stuff. So let's go dump the things I don't need. Like, I don't need this, and I don't need copper pipe.
Salamander says something interesting. I'm not sure if I entirely understand the comment. He says, you can get your inventory slots to any number in interactive map. You need to add one by one in the options menu. Just load the save and increase the inventory slots.
Huh.
In interactive map. I guess I don't
Not
understand.
talking about this map, are they?
Well, he says interactive map. Like, is he talking about using Satisfactory calculator to increase the slots? Because that has a settings editor. I'm not sure. If you could explain that a little closer, Salamander, that sounds interesting.
Okay. that with me. I need motors. Don't. I do need to.
Yeah. Both G-Man and Jaden are both talking about the. Both say I think it's the Satisfactory calculator.
Okay.
But no, Doc doesn't need to cheat. He just needs to learn inventory management.
No, I think I need to cheat. They just don't give you enough inventory slots, Robert. Come on, you can empathize with me a little bit on some things.
Without constraints, it's not a game.
Okay, yeah, you try to convince me. Try to convince me. Okay, plastic and rubber I can get out at the power plant. I need a bunch of plastic to make pipes. That's what's going to kill me unless I can get some plastic to start coming.
Now I feel really bad. I'm sorry. Samandar, not salamander. For some reason I looked at your name and I just added the extra the extra sound in there. Samandar. My apologies. Yeah, and he is talking about Satisfactory calculator.
I don't need copper wire. I need cable. Don't need rotors.
Except to make manufacturers.
Yeah, exactly. So I'll just dump the rotors for now.
You don't need 200 filters.
Yes, I do. I might encounter a lot of poison.
Do you have a dimensional depot?
I do.
Then you keep them in the depot.
I keep 50 in the depot because I haven't upgraded the depot enough.
This is why Doc has problems with inventory.
Okay, so
yeah, G-Man, you're right. You need one slot for filters at a time. One slot's perfect.
one slot is perfect, huh?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Okay, so all right, I'm gonna go shopping. Motors first. All right, motors. Okay, that takes care of the motors. All right, and industrial beams. What do you...
Nothing.
I'm getting enough stuff so I can make... You don't have any empathy at all for the fact that before I built those hypertubes, I was going back and forth and back and forth. And still, with the hypertubes, I'm going back and forth to get supplies. So you ought to be empathetic rather than all the time.
You summarized my reaction with just...
Yeah, your big size and your...
I would be more empathetic if you didn't have 4 stacks of filters in your inventory.
You're picking on my filters again.
And Levi says, you know, if you want to take multiple items or put items back, just hold control, then left click.
Yeah.
It'll move all items of that type.
Yep.
G-Man says, before 1.1 came out, I used a mod called Dimensional Depot Downloader.
Yeah. I've heard about that one. I can't get over the idea that that's just cheating.
Oh,
what do you say?
Says something's cheating.
Well, it's the simple fact that the downloader allows you to move items through space.
Mm-hmm.
So tell me, in that mod, how do you determine what comes out of the dimensional downloader? Do you specify?
Yeah, I would imagine so, yeah. Like you specify your recipe in a machine, you specify what comes out.
All right. Now all I need is plastic and rubber.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to make 50. Okay, I need 1 stack of rubber, 1 stack of plastic for each pipeline that I put in. And I barely have... I barely have enough copper sheet. This was the beginning of my factory over here, so it's a little bit cramped, like beginning factories usually are. Ah, I get it. And quick wire I should go get.
Yeah, G-Man says, yeah, you have to specify what comes out of the downloader.
Uh-huh.
And I think that rate was half of what the upload rate is.
Oof.
So it's never super fast. And that feels like a compromise, at least.
Yeah, sounds like it. Sounds like a pretty decent compromise, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it's not so much cheating. Can we go ahead and install that one?
It wasn't updated for 1.2. Sorry. He says that's the reason why he doesn't have it used right now.
Oh, okay.
Why do you have that one concrete wall there?
Because I'm converting to concrete and I haven't converted all of it yet.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Does that sound like a reasonable explanation to you?
Yeah.
And notice the door. There's a level issue here too.
Yeah.
The outer part is up a level than this, so I got to jump into the door. Whoops,
Oh,
jump
that's
too
annoying.
high. Yeah. and then it's kind of short on this side.
Yeah.
See? I don't know. I guess it's normal size on that side.
That's funny.
Yep, it is. Well, we all survive our early game junk, so to speak.
This is what makes many people just destroy it all.
Yep.
And start over.
Exactly.
Sea Captain asks, have you always been a gamer, or did you find Satisfactory and fall in love with it?
I found Satisfactory pretty much after I retired. Or was it just before I retired when things were boring?
Yeah. It was middle of the pandemic,
Mm-hmm.
and Doc had sold his house that you owned for what, 15 years?
Yeah, 2005 to 2021, I think it was. 16 years, yeah.
House he owned for 15 years and was looking to buy a new property, which ended up being this one. So renting a place, he didn't need to take care of the yard, didn't need to upgrade the house or anything.
Uh-huh.
Work was...
Yeah, work was not even work hardly.
Yeah.
I mean, because they were outsourcing the entire finance department to a place in India, and there were a lot of layoffs going on, and I had survived every layoff before this, but I just chose not to survive it this time. I volunteered for layoffs so that people that were younger with mortgages could go ahead and keep the lights on. So and I had been with Boeing 25 years. I was done. That was the era that Boeing was really getting into diversity, so to speak. Trying to convince us that diversity was somehow based on skin color and so forth, which I never bought into at all. I said diversity isn't that. Diversity is different experiences, because I managed projects all the time. I wanted people of diverse experience so that we could have diverse discussions on how to solve various problems. So anyway, it was about time for me to leave. I was just getting too frustrated with that.
Yep. And I had played Satisfactory back in update 5 or 6, I can't remember which. And I thought, my God, I know Doc's gonna love this. So I shared it with Doc quite a while ago, and he played it for a little bit and then went back to work. And then when he retired, he's like, hey, what was that game? And we got it reinstalled, and next thing I knew, I didn't see Doc for 2 weeks.
Yeah, I was learning.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to see my learning curve being rather steep, go look at my first few videos. I started in release 8 of pre-release. So, yep. Okay.
Pat versus 3 times says, I also found it during the pandemic, and I'm completely addicted.
Yeah, I can understand it.
Yeah.
Okay, so this required 2 pipelines.
The Sea Captain asks, do you find that your skills in your career are translated somewhat to the game?
Oh, yeah. I worked in procurement my entire life at Boeing. And not just procurement, but procurement software. So basically, I understood the data a lot of times better than the procurement agents because I understood it from a holistic view. I managed the bill of materials for building the airplanes, and we're talking the 747, 737 airplanes and Boeing commercial airplanes. So, yeah, it translated over quite nicely because basically I was the guy in the know because I managed the schedule. Each group in Boeing commercial airplanes manages their own schedule. I composite that schedule into a whole schedule for procurement to make sure all the parts are bought for every single plane line. And so managing that bill of material, I also extracted the data from the ERP system. I databased that data, built a system so that they could collate the data and come up with a financial plan based on that data. And yeah, I kind of, when it comes to supply line systems, supply chain systems, transport of product and stuff, yeah, it translates over to this game really well. And you're laughing at me again.
I am,
What?
but because of One Metal Fist.
Okay.
One Metal Fist says, Doc, I'm trying to be nice here, so please, from now on, you have to walk everywhere backward, and you're not allowed to run.
Excuse me? Walk backwards without running?
Yes, sir.
How do I do that?
With great aplomb.
Well, luckily I don't have to fly going backwards because you can't fly going backwards.
Oh. If you get better fuel, you might be able to fly better, though.
Exactly.
Walk backward.
What am I going to run into?
Okay, let's see.
See, the thing is, you can't get a good running start if you're walking backwards.
Well, why is... You know, I tested the overlay before we started today.
Which overlay is that? The timing on stuff?
The timer, and it was working earlier.
Oh, that's gnarly. Look at this. There's the jumping puzzle to get up to this level.
Nice.
Goes on the outside, and if you make one wrong step, you fall into the void. I gotta go try it.
Respect Brother says you should get yourself a mirror.
Do they have one in the game?
Oh, this is interesting. So the control panel's working, but the overlay is not. Oh, that's weird. Okay, well, it's I'm at least tracking it. You have 8.5 minutes left. Okay, it just won't be on screen for the moment. Oh, Pilsnar says you can get yourself a ladder out of the awesome shop.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
See, here's the jumping puzzle.
Bryn says, I've got so many of the "if it's not Boeing, I'm not going" shirts. This is the perfect yard work attire.
Yard work attire. Get it all nice and sweaty. Oh.
Doc has a gigantic mouse pad that he used for a very long time.
Oh, come on.
Huh?
It doesn't even detect that there's a Mercer sphere here.
Is there one of this? No, there's no Mercer sphere in there. What? Okay.
That is too weird.
But it's still up and
yeah,
rotating.
They usually destroy themselves.
Weird.
That is very weird.
You've got to upgrade your fuel and stop walking forward, my dude.
I can't get a running start to fly if I'm walking forward.
Sure.
If I'm not walking forward.
Oh, interesting. Tall Zeratul says, I think this one was bugged for me in my game too.
Ah.
Oh,
okay.
and Ice Rice Flag says, yeah, the shell of that one just doesn't disappear. So. Okay.
Okay, so I just need to remember that one's just not available.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that doesn't look right. There it goes. I'm walking backwards.
Oh, you can snap on junctions too?
Yeah.
Oh.
Isn't that nice?
That's No, I don't know. I don't know if I like that.
Being a purist is just no fun. You gotta just, it's okay,
So, Bennett, the T comes from 1.2. So that is vanilla. The fact that it's snapping directly to the machine is not vanilla. That is from a mod. A highly illegal mod.
No mod is illegal. Come on, it's just a game. I mean, it's not like Fixit is going to sue me.
I mean, it has to get out of paying your returning home pod somehow. Yeah, sorry guys. A whole bunch of people reacted to that.
A whole bunch of people reacted to what? Reacted to your saying it was illegal?
Yeah, no, just reacted to the fact that they see it happen for the first time.
Ah.
It looks good. To be honest, I don't. The visuals of the Snap-on mod on machines, I don't like the visuals either. It looks like they're just shoved into it. This looks clean and natural and looks good. This looks perfect.
And by the way, you can change the standoff for the sorters, and I just haven't lengthened them out yet, so they don't look like they're just mashed in. I need to lengthen them out a little ways and see if I can make it a little bit more effective. All right, I'm going to put a floor.
You know what?
Pull
Brain
in.
GG says Ada would approve because it makes us more efficient.
There you go, Robert. Okay. I need you to work on that overlay. I'd like to be able to see on screen how long I
Yeah,
need
it's
to be
weird that
tortured.
the one page works and the other page doesn't. That's very odd.
Mm-hmm. How do I go downstairs backwards? Huh? How's that gonna work?
I don't know, but I'd love to see it happen.
You love to see it happen. How much longer do I have to have it happen?
Another 4 minutes. Yeah, and actually I was the first one to push Doc to using mods because early on Doc was only playing single player, and it was really nice to be able to get some good recordings and improve the cinematic quality of the videos. And so we installed a Fix-It cam that allowed me to take his save files and do really cool. Now going right back up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got to navigate around the natural things. And I need to go over to this truck station over here and see if it's got anything available. Because I need plastic, and I need it before everything's necessarily turned on. Yeah, there's going to be plastic
Bennett,
in
how
here.
do you do third person? Some people mention selfie mode. Is there an easy way to do third person? You have to hit tab to show settings. And then camera mode, change from first person. You know, not decoupled. Is there... I think you have to go in and out of selfie mode every time you want it to start moving. There you go.
Selfie mode is up here. Okay. So in other words, okay. Now I can go.
It's still reverse.
I can't move. I can't change direction.
Can you strafe with Q and E? Oh, there you go. Notice how your weapon's completely wrong.
Yep. So I guess don't carry a weapon when you're trying to take a picture of yourself.
But only while you're moving. As soon as you stop moving, it's fine.
When I stop moving, it's fine? Okay.
G-Man says if you hide the settings, you can use your mouse to look around. So you'd have to press tab. No, that's ridiculous.
Okay, how much longer do I need to do this?
Oh, I don't know, another 25 minutes.
No, you keep on adding to it now.
No, unfortunately, the time's up in about 10 seconds.
Okay.
Okay, you're fine now. And the idea of using selfie mode to navigate is funny.
Yeah, it is funny.
Yeah, but once we opened the door for Fix-It Cam, then, you know, Infinite Zoom, of course, became the next, like, big, oh, okay, we're definitely going to use that. And then Infinite Nudge, we were shown... Do you remember why we got Infinite Nudge?
Probably Mega Meaty.
Yeah.
I think he introduced that one to us.
No. I think we got it from Volacrum.
Okay.
long before Bacon came around. And then Doc went crazy, started getting all the mods.
Well, we went crazy when in Pax Prosperitas, um, the user group wanted all of these mods.
Yep, that's true. And then Doc kept half of them.
Yeah, because they were fun.
Gaming is not for fun. Thank you very much.
What? Wait a minute. I don't know what world you come from, but I'm not sitting here just because I want to beat myself up.
Which developer said that if it was up to the players themselves, they would optimize the fun out of everything? And that's what I think a lot of these mods do.
Ah. Is that kind of related to the saying that programming would be a lot easier if there weren't users?
I'm sure there's a correlation there, yeah. But no, it's one of those things where, if in the game you want to accomplish a task, you're gonna find the most efficient way of doing it. The most efficient way of doing it is likely not the most fun way of doing things. And so while the programmers may build what they believe is a really fun way of accomplishing something, the players will skip the fun thing and do the optimal thing instead, quite often.
All right, I need to put a pipeline pump, turn it the right direction, and I can't do a pipeline pump because I don't have heavy modular frames. Okay, do I have any heavy modular frames in here? Nope, and nope. But I do have regular frames, and let's see if I can put down a crafting bench and see what else I need to have. Okay. Heavy
One metal
modular
fist,
frame.
I don't think you can do the swap left and right. But one metal fist donated another 100 bits for another 10 minutes of walking and flying backwards.
Well, you can't fly backwards.
Well, then how about you just don't fly? Excuse me.
I guess you can fly backwards. Doggone it, why did I even try it? I was almost had everybody convinced that I couldn't fly backwards.
You had yourself convinced.
Yes, I had myself convinced that I didn't want to fly backwards. Okay, missing rotors. I dumped all my rotors, doggone it.
Okay, 10 minutes on that.
The overlay would be nice.
Yeah, Aerodig, that sounds right. It was Ghostcrawler who said that. Yeah, that makes sense.
Ghostcrawler.
Yeah. Can't remember his real name, but that was what's his name? That was the name he used. That was the username he used forever when he worked at Blizzard.
Oh.
Back when the game was great.
And he said, given to the chance, users will optimize all the fun out of a game.
Yep.
Or some equivalent paraphrase of that statement.
Yep.
So he was obviously against mods as well.
There was... In Warcraft, there's always been a fight because, World of Warcraft allows for mods. There's always been a big fight about how far mods should go or be allowed to go. Yeah. But that's also a multiplayer game, which makes there's this gulf of difference between playing Satisfactory to have fun versus a multiplayer game where you have to keep the game balanced and fair for everybody together, right? So...
Yeah, that's true. In that aspect, yes, definitely. Because, you know, I always felt at a disadvantage whenever I tried to play PvP. I just got destroyed constantly. And if you had others that also were even more high powered than just a normal individual.
Yeah.
All right. Heavy modular frames. Ha. Okay. Oh.
Nine Toes says, "Thank you for all your shorts. Slowly making my way through them."
Okay. Good. We're going to be putting out quite a few more shorts here in short order. Haha.
Actual tips, not just Q&As.
Exactly.
Yeah. But Nine Toes says, "I'm on my first playthrough. Just got my elevator to the sky up and going. What is this madness? And should I rebuild this factory that only has the efficiency to make 4 smart plating a minute?"
You should definitely increase your smart plating line, that's for sure. You'll need the smart plating later. So, okay. No, I wanted to be down on the floor below.
And Carry Me Please is here. Says, "Morning, Doc and Robert."
Good morning to you.
Top of the morning. No, your video's not playing backwards. Doc is just walking backwards.
For how much more time?
8 minutes.
Oh, come on. It's been more than 2 minutes.
6 minutes.
Gotta watch this guy, man. Okay. Man, this takes forever. Okay.
And Doomhammer's here. Says, "Good morning. How's everyone doing?"
Doing good. All right. We've got fuel pumping.
Excellent. Sam Lancaster, "Doc is walking backwards because One Metal Fist donated 100 bits and told Doc he has to walk backwards for 10 minutes. If you would like to torture Doc, it only costs 100 bits.
Let's not advertise, please.
No? Only 4 minutes left, Doc. It's okay.
I missed it again.
There you go.
Okay. Now I just have to get power to this system.
This is just exercising your brain's spatial reasoning.
Yeah, spatial reasoning.
Uh-huh. How well can you keep an image of your factory behind you in your brain and translate it into that into movement?
How long can I do this without getting motion sickness?
Yeah, that is an issue. What about side strafing? Is that allowed?
It's not backwards.
Now, how big is this factory going to be when you're done, Doc?
Well, I still have 6 more pipes to do, and each pipe will handle 32. I think it's 30, 32. Maybe it's 16. I need to count up the number of smokestacks there.
But the answer's a lot.
Yeah.
Probably enough to keep you going for the next.
Probably till endgame.
Yeah, especially being a quick play world, you aren't going to need nuclear.
I'm not going to do nuclear in this world.
Yeah. Oh no. One Metal Fist says, Doc, did you hear that one of the last mosquito-free places in the world finally broke? They found 3 mosquitoes in Iceland, 2 females and 1 male. Until then, Iceland was considered one of the only few places on Earth without mosquitoes. And now Antarctica is basically the last major place left without them.
Huh.
Huh. That makes sense because, every time I played Plague Inc. back in the day, getting the disease to spread to Iceland was always the hardest part of the game.
Getting the what? To do what?
There was a mobile game called Plague Inc.
Oh, and you couldn't get the plague to go to Iceland?
Yeah, I mean, you're the plague. You play on the behalf of the plague, and you have to infect as many people as possible, and then kill all of humanity. The game became very morbid as soon as COVID hit.
Oh yeah, no kidding.
Before
Reality.
COVID, it was fun.
Reality probably killed that one.
Yeah, but yeah, one of the big deals was you have to make sure that you keep the transmissibility as high as possible for as long as possible before people started dying, because the moment people start dying, everybody starts closing their ports. Now, I do have to say the least realistic part about that game was the fact that closing ports actually prevented disease from spreading. Nine Toe says, I used to start in Iceland for that reason. Well, there you go. It was a fun game.
Interesting.
Doomhammer says, have you tried a game called Planet Crafter?
No, haven't, but I've heard of it. Do I even have it?
Doc, you can walk forward now.
That's probably very helpful at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, Doomhammer says, it started to heal me from all the deforestation and plundering of resources I've done in Satisfactory.
What was it called? Planet
Crafter.
Okay.
It's a lot. It's the same genre as Satisfactory, and its biggest thing is that you're able to deform the terrain, so you could actually go mining and build a pit and to gather resources, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. Guess that would be cool.
Marcus Nielsen says, "Oh, I remember Plague Inc. Madagascar was always like, oh no, a child sneeze in America. Close all the borders." Yeah, Madagascar was the other really difficult place to get into because there's so few people in the country. They didn't have very many ships arriving. They didn't have very many planes arriving. And so it's just very hard to get the disease to enter their country before people started dying elsewhere. So you had to ramp up the transmissibility just to make sure it penetrated, and then you could kill everybody. Again, very morbid once COVID hit.
Yeah.
Boltoclax says, the problem with Planet Crafter is there's no major automation in the game.
No major automation.
Well, that's disappointing.
Rubber.
And Samandar asked, do you use Satisfactory Modeler?
I use Satisfactory Calculator more often, just because I find it easier to use. So I just, I don't know what it is about Satisfactory Modeler that I shy away from. Once I learn how to use it, I mean, it does a lot of fantastic things. But for some reason, I've just never taken to it. For some oddity, I'm not sure. Okay. I need more rubber to make more. Yeah, we got plastic being made. These are all overflows, Robert. So plastic is starting to come out again.
Mantrid says, in Planet Crafter, you automate things with drones, not belts. But it takes a while to unlock that technology.
Huh, with what? Not belts?
Drones.
Oh, okay.
And Takurzi says, Planet Crafter is great fun, but it's more of an adventure and exploration game.
Okay. I don't know why I am yawning. I just finished a monster. That's probably why I'm yawning.
It's also a bit toasty in here.
Well, let's untoast it then.
Yeah, let's untoast
Turn the
it.
toaster off.
Well, unfortunately, it is the end of July in Missouri. It's going to be toasty.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
It hit 100 twice this week with, of course, like 85% humidity at the same time. So heat, the feels like temperature was upwards of 112, 115.
Yeah, you step outside, your glasses completely fog up when it's that hot. Mm-hmm. Oh, so weird. And, of course, as it happens late summer every year, the cicadas are insanely loud now. There's so many of them out there.
Yep.
It's the only place where you have to come inside to get some peace and quiet. DeCrafter says, I don't know what it is about a Satisfactory calculator, but I always preferred making my factory blueprints on paper. Even my huge 15 turbo motor per minute factory I wrote down.
Okay. There's certain things that you like to think about it at the pace of being able to write it, rather than having a computer just give you the answer. So, yeah, I can totally see that.
Yep, and when I first started playing the game, all these tools didn't really exist. Or at least if they did exist, I didn't know about them yet. And, it's quite a while ago. And so I built a spreadsheet for all of it. And basically I continued playing until that spreadsheet got too complex for me to enjoy updating it anymore. Because I did like a full layout. I didn't just do the math. I did a full, like, where every building should go. And that got to be too much. So...
yeah. Over planning.
Yeah.
And that can be that can be anybody's tendency, not just you, but
yeah. I definitely fall in on the side of planning too much. Doc, on the other hand, likes to plan too little.
Well, too little is in the eyes of the beholder. So
yeah, I knew Doc couldn't take that. Ninto says, don't look at my lines, you might have an aneurysm. One Metal Fist says, the 3 hardest places for my virus to spread would probably be Asia, northern Russia, and then Iceland. In Asia, they'd probably start working on a cure right away because of how fast things can spread there. Russia's just too huge with too much frozen land, so my virus wouldn't develop and spread fast enough. And in Iceland, it would just simply be harder for the virus to move around and reach enough people. Yep.
Wow. You know, when I hear stuff like that, I think of the you know, the COVID virus.
Mm-hmm.
And there was just a lot of fear and panic. You know, the initial people, when they didn't know how to treat it, and the virus was particularly virulent, it killed off the hosts.
Yeah.
And once they did that enough, in order to survive, it needed to remake itself much, much less virulent.
Yeah. And that's what happens with most viruses.
Mm-hmm.
More transmissible, less deadly over time. And I wonder if we'll ever know what it was actually like in China in those early days.
Oh, yeah. You heard all kinds of horror stories.
Yeah. Someday. Someday.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Doc, what happened to your space elevator?
What happened to my space elevator?
Yeah.
Oh.
Cheeseboy just recognized that you don't currently have a space elevator.
Yeah, I destroyed it to move it up a floor, and then I got distracted because I needed to come out here and get plastic being made.
That's right.
And the way to get plastic made is to get the refineries going so that they're using the fuel so that they're not stopped up.
There you go. So the answer is he's actually on phase 3. He had one. He just destroyed it so he could come out here and work.
Yeah, I guess that's the way you could say it.
Yeah. Mafuber says, I'm new here, but I must say, I really like the mustache.
Thank you. Oh.
And Inumaki wonders, why don't you build the generators facing away from each other so you can connect a 4-way junction to 2 of them?
Because of the way my pipes are set up here, a single pipeline to do all of them works better, so I don't have to come up in the middle. It's just a personal preference. Mm-hmm. It's probably more efficient to do it the other way, but I decided not to.
Mm-hmm. And Cheeseboy says, I hate the platforms on the fuel generators, because if you line the fuel generators side by side, the platforms don't line up. Well, Doc, we do have a quick university question from Nine Toes.
Nine Toes? Okay, just a second. Let me put a pump on here so that these power plants can actually get working. And see, there's the bagel. See the bagel there? That's where you snap it to.
There you go.
And power from there to there. And then I need to upgrade that power pole because I'm missing steel pipe. Good grief. What am I missing for this one? Nothing. Okay. I'll make it a Mark II instead. All right. We have 3 lines up and running.
Awesome.
All right. Let's go answer this question. All right. Okay. Nine Toes asks, is switching to coal fast worth it, or is biofuel still viable into phase 3 and 4? What'll happen is if you try to keep your biofuel up and running, is you have to keep expanding it, which means you have to spend time harvesting wood and harvesting leaves and harvesting, other biofuel, which, could be killing creatures. It could be actually harvesting mycelia if you've find a lot of mushrooms and get mycelia. Um, the challenge is keeping enough fuel available for your generators to keep them going. Getting into levels 3 and phase 3 and 4 just ramps up the amount of power, because you, at the end of 3, you end up with manufacturers. They take a lot more power than do the constructors or the assemblers, and simply the need for power gets higher and higher, which basically means that you're going to be hunting more and more and more for the biofuels that you need to keep them going. Once you automate the coal going into coal power plants and get them, the water automated filling them, you just set them up and you leave them. You go do your business elsewhere, rather than having to constantly take time to hunt and then refill your fuel your fuel generators. So switching to coal as quick as you can, it really is the best option. That'll get you through. And now I'm at the end of phase 3, and I'm already moving to fuel-based power plants. So you really need to do both. You really need to do the coal, and then you need to switch to oil as soon as you can. And so I hope that helps. And let's go back to the game.
Okie doke.
Oh boy. Stretch. Okay.
You're acting tired.
For some reason, I drink the caffeine more for to keep my focus than I do to keep awake, because it doesn't keep me awake.
Yeah. I'm finally starting to feel the cooler air here, which is really nice.
Yeah.
So
there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, ready for another round of place the power plants?
Okay. One Metal Fist says, Robert, that's not exactly accurate. Viruses can be both contagious and dangerous. We're lucky modern science is much better at tracking them early, sometimes while they're still in animals or right after they spill over into humans. But we won't catch every virus in time. Science doesn't make us invincible, but it gives us a much better chance to understand, track, and respond to things before things get worse.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Yep.
It's I don't think Robert was wrong in anything he says. In a virus that's in an epidemic or a pandemic situation, the virus does keep getting weaker, going from host to host until it reaches equilibrium with its ability to migrate from host to host and still infect and grow, because it's a living creature, just like a lot of other living creatures. They adapt to their environment.
Yep.
So,
and any virus which kills too quickly dies before it's able to infect the next host. So naturally, they over time evolve and change to become less deadly and more contagious. It still means they may kill millions. It still means they may cause COVID level destruction. That still happens, but that is the general path that they follow. And so when we talk about COVID in the early days, the first images that everybody saw on TV, if you were watching the stuff out of China, was streets full of body bags. It was doors being bolted shut. It was a lot of super heavy, difficult stuff. I remember watching a particular favorite streamer of mine back then, who he lived in New York City, and he had multiple family members die of it. And so in the early days, when it first hit the world, it was incredibly dangerous. And then later on, if you got it a year later, or even today, it's a lot less potent than it used to be.
Yeah. Even when we were sequestered, we had I had a coworker who he missed one day. He said he had a cold, but he missed that day. Came back and continued working. He was diagnosed with COVID, but it ended up being not much more than a cold for him, and this was about a year into it. And then you get situations like with the physics girl, the
Oh,
physics girl
yeah.
who got a thing called long COVID. So, and she spent 2 years in bed, and she's just now getting up to where she can function for a couple hours a day. So there are extremes in how badly COVID affected people.
Hmm.
What is going on here? Okay, the end of the line here doesn't get only gets sips of fuel at this point, and I'm going to take the last fuel line and I'm going to run it along here and pump it in the other direction to catch these last ones.
Scyther says, "Hi Doc, how you been? I just moved to geothermal power, but I haven't set it up properly. Is geothermal objectively better?" You know what? That should be a university question.
Oh,
So don't answer that, Doc. It's not allowed.
I won't answer that
Until you want to go to the university. Then we'll
Okay.
have you answer that question.
Hoping I don't have to go. Those dogs need to get out more.
I think they're back from the movie.
You think they're back what?
Wouldn't it be really quick for them to be back in the movie? It might be a delivery instead.
Yeah, I've got a lot of things potentially being delivered.
Sorry about that, guys. That's our golden retriever that just hit about, I think he's just now 2 years old. And he's decided he wants to put on his big boy pants to defend the family. So, okay, Doc, let's take this question in the university.
Okay.
From
I
Scyther.
don't have any motors in there. Doggone it.
And Cheese Boy said, "First time I saw your videos was the manifold one, and I didn't know manifolds existed. My coal power plant was saved."
Fantastic. All right, let's go answer this question. All right, Scyther asks, I just moved to geothermal power, but I haven't set it up properly. Is geothermal objectively better than my overclocked fuel generators for the end game? No. Geothermal is a wonderful addition to your power source. When you come across a geothermal vent, and putting a geothermal plant on it is great stuff. It just keeps on going without adding any fuel to it. As long as you put it on your power grid, it cycles on and off though. It provides power, but it provides it a bit inconsistently, and it doesn't provide a huge amount. It provides, I think, a little bit more than a coal power plant does, if I remember right. And that's significant in that, when you're working through phase 2, probably beginning phase 3, that's significant. The challenge, though, is having enough geothermal vents to put them. The geothermal vents are all over the map, but they're not generally in areas that are convenient for building in. So, yeah, use them. Definitely put them on your power grid when you get a chance to. But still focus on building up a good coal power plant when that's the time for that, and a good fuel-based power plant to meet your power needs for the most part. All right, hope that helps. Let's get back to the game. All right, I am on the hunt for motors.
Okay.
And I'm not finding any. I got rotors. I don't have stators, I don't believe.
You need to just buckle down and spend some quality time harvesting materials for a depot, because holy cow.
Yeah, I do. So, how many Mercer spheres do I have? I've got 2. I need 3 Mercer spheres to upgrade the depot, so I can just throw it from my bags into the depot.
Mm-hmm.
I still haven't upgraded the center one there. I've only upgraded the first 2 on the side.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. Oh gosh is right.
Grayson Michael says, "Hey Doc, my partner and I are curious how many times you've played through the game and completed Phase 5. What inspired you to restart for the first time?"
What inspired me to restart for the first time was 1.0 came out. I had been playing release 8, and I decided to start a new playthrough for 1.0. And so I just kept on working through 1.0. Here's a motor, and here's a motor, and here's motors, and there's motors. Okay. So I just, that was the first playthrough. And there's more motors. Yay. So since then, my playthroughs have been inspired by just simply enjoying a new playthrough. So.
And how many times have you fully completed the game?
Twice. Completed it with friends on the community server once, and then by myself once. So. All right.
Cool.
Not organization. I want to go down here, and I want to put a smart splitter on here. Come on. And yes. All righty.
We have another
smart splitter here.
Another university question from Nine Toes.
Okay. Let me just get this one set up for concrete.
And then one from Totable Ginger.
Wow. Okay.
If you are over like 5'2" and you call yourself Totable Ginger, I'll be offended.
Why would you be offended?
If your name is Totable Ginger, you have to be like a 5 foot tall redhead.
Okay. I'm glad you like his requirements, you know. Okay.
While you're finishing that up,
Okay.
I'll read One Metal Fist response. One Metal Fist says, "What I'm trying to say is that during an outbreak, a virus keeps copying itself from host to host. The more people it infects, the more chances it gets to mutate inside human bodies. Those copies are not always stable. Most mutations may do nothing or weaken the virus, but some can make it stronger, more contagious, or more dangerous. And the danger is not only death, some viruses can leave long-term damage, symptoms, or scars that make a person's life much worse afterward."
Right. Like the long
Yep.
COVID. Definitely. Like the fact that when I got COVID, my sense of smell was incredibly diminished and really hasn't come back 100% at all yet. So obviously this is already full. No. Oh, shoot.
Smart Splitter.
I forgot to set it. Well, a center output concrete. What? Right output. Crud. Right output is supposed to be concrete. Left out. Forward output is any undefined. Okay, stop.
It's
Stop.
undefined, so it's going to keep going. So you have to define something on the Smart Splitter going right.
I didn't
No,
I?
you didn't.
Right. Oh, gosh. I thought I turned this to concrete.
Hat versus Free Time says, "That's what happened to me. My smell just turned off. In the middle of drinking coffee, I just couldn't smell it anymore."
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And that's the pits, actually, you know? All right, now let's put the right output should be steel pipe. And center output should be any undefined. There we go.
Yeah. And I'm one of those who, when I got it, I was in bed feeling like death for a day, and then I was fine. One of the lucky ones. It was actually really funny because there was one point when I was incredibly thirsty. I just needed a drink. And I had my cell phone in my pocket. And there was somebody in the other room. And it took me about 10 minutes just to get the energy to move my arm, to grab my phone from my pocket, so I could send a text or make a call and ask for a drink. It was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So Totable Ginger got their name from Xbox 360, just a random assignment a long time ago, and they just stuck with it. That's quite the name.
Yeah.
That's really funny.
That is.
Okay, Doc, we have some questions for you.
All right. Can I take just a quick stretch first?
Oh, sure.
Oh, I just need to stand up for a moment and just stretch. Oh.
FRN says, hi, Doc. Just discovered this game, started playing 2 weeks ago. I am hooked to it. Okay. However, how could I keep going and stop restarting my playthrough? Any advice?
How can I keep going and stop restarting my playthrough? Don't worry about your factories being perfect. They can't be perfect at the beginning of the game. And that's the major challenge that people that are somewhat perfectionist, they want their factories to look perfect, but after you get past the stage where you've got very, very wimpy belts, once you get past that stage and realize you can upgrade, but you didn't leave enough room to upgrade, you end up feeling the need to deconstruct and rebuild. And I do that to a certain degree, but I usually deconstruct something and build it somewhere else in my factory, so that I can build it bigger. Because now I've got resources where I can build big things, and at the beginning you don't have enough resources to do that. Man, there's a lot of concrete in here. My heavens sakes alive, there's a lot of concrete in here. Okay, this is my mall, by the way, the beginnings of my mall.
The beginnings. Okay. Are you ready for those questions, Doc?
Yeah, let's go answer some questions. Okay. All righty. Nine Toes asks, how do you modularize things versus deciding on a mega factory that just pipes everything to one location to do it all? Or do you mine and smelt, then transport the materials to a separate area for crafting? Should you just use conveyor lines, or should you use trucks when you can? All of those questions are what you have to answer for yourself and how you want to build. The biggest challenge is that eventually you have to have it come to one location. And the reason is the later game parts rely on good, robust manufacturing of the early game parts to continue building at a speed that's reasonable. So like what I just did in this world is I needed to build circuit boards and high-speed connectors. And in order to do that, I wasn't making nearly enough cable, which means I wasn't making enough wire, and which means I needed to do better. So I upgraded my mine. I upgraded the conveyors, the lifts, and moved my line for cable up to another floor where I could build a nice long line for cable, because I had more than enough ore for the copper. I had more than enough ore for the ingots for the wire and for cable. I just didn't have enough space around my cable manufacturing to do it. So I took and split it off, left the other one running, and came upstairs to build another bigger line. So that's the way I tend to approach it. Modular factories, yes, eventually, like your aluminum factory, it may be easier to build a modular factory over by the bauxite instead of trying to build it where you might be in the grassy fields or where you might be in the dune desert. You have to travel a fair distance in both of those locations just to get bauxite. So you may decide to build a modular factory for your aluminum ingots and then transport that to your main factory. A lot of different considerations all along the way. And that's the beauty of the game, is it makes you think about how to get product from one place to another and make the production line efficient enough to produce the amount that you need and want. So hope that helps. And let's go on.
We got one
to the
more
next question. Okay. Okay, Totable Ginger 62 says, I just got to phase 3 and I'm starting to ramp up production. How do I figure out how much to produce of each item? At that point in the game, you produce as much as you can. At this point, if you can overproduce those items, you'll need them later. So nothing will ever go to waste. In fact, you can go ahead temporarily and throw a lot of those items right into the sink. And the sink allows you then, of course, to gain coupons that you can buy more things in the awesome shop. So overproduce in the beginning, because eventually you'll get to the point where you can't produce enough, or you can't produce it fast enough because the parts are complex and the machines are slow, and you know, it's hard. It gets harder as you go on. So the question of how much is as much as you can make, and then just keep on doing that and increasing those production lines until you get more than what you need, and then you'll be in good shape. So do we have another question?
One more.
Okay. So G-Man Gaming says, how do you ask university questions? You just put it in the text and Robert will see whether it's something I should answer in the university. And if you want to come to any of our live streams in either Twitch or YouTube, you can ask questions of me and I'll give you straight answers to how I play the game. It's not going to be how others play the game necessarily, but it's how I play the game, and I'll share that with you. So there we go. Let's go back to the game. And hopefully you can make that one into a short, Robert.
Sure. I meant that one more as a joke. Just ask any question, and if it's something that's somewhat technical, we usually throw it as a university question, and that's what gets clipped and turned into Q&As for our YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Nine Toes says, thank you. I'm no mega meaty bacon man. I just want something that as it scales, I can keep track of easier and see progression.
Fantastic. Okay.
Very few of us are a mega meaty bacon man.
Yeah. Yeah, he's in a world on his own.
Alexi says, I'm at stream, but at a friend's house who's going through a hard week. So I'll be more talkative again when I'm at home next week.
Okay, super.
Well, thanks for stopping in and saying hi, at least.
Yeah, appreciate that.
One Metal Fist says, guys, I had a great time. It was real nice. I'm going to head off now.
Okay.
My ADHD medication's wearing off, and I'm gradually losing focus. So I'm going to take some time for myself and wrap things up here.
Cool. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out. And Lexi Redeemed Butterfinger says, Robert, have some candy.
Okay. How did she... Is the timer on that not once per stream, or did we lose the stream for a short?
Doc, please don't suppose anything about the regularity of our Butterfingers. Just accept it.
You just want to get sweetened up.
Just accept it.
Okay. All righty. All right, here's the Butterfinger going right over the partition. Nope, it didn't make it. Oh, darn. Robert, I guess you don't get it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That hit all the way to the floor, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Because you weren't actually expecting me to toss you one?
No, because it just went too far to the left, that's all.
Okay, I'm missing rubber again. Okay. I will go get some rubber.
And Corey says, "Hey Doc, my girlfriend and I love your videos. Thank you so much for your help
You bet.
and keeping us interested in the game.
All right.
Where is a good place to meet more people to play with us?"
Good question. I don't go anywhere to meet people. I just live stream, and if you become a member on YouTube or a subscriber on Twitch, you can come play with me. So, if you'd like to do that. Okay, what was I missing?
We also do have our Discord that I link there in chat. If you want to go there, there's always people talking about the game and sharing their builds, that kind of stuff. I also do fairly well, even though I don't like Reddit as a whole. The Reddit for Satisfactory, which is r/Satisfactory game, does have quite a few good people there. A couple people there come and pop into our chat quite often. Officer Doug is really big over there, and he posts some really great stuff and has a great YouTube channel as well. So, a lot of great people playing the game.
Yeah. Definitely. Doug and Juno, or Doug and
Nova.
Doug and Nova is Doug's channel. You ought to take a gander and go look at his stuff for a while. I mean, it's pretty awesome. He does some pretty awesome stuff. He'll show you more ways to break the game than the programmers probably know.
Yeah. Corey says, "We'd love to play with you. Already subscribed on YouTube. I've watched the Doc and Son streams and would play with either of you, to be honest."
Okay.
Yeah, so we have a members server. It's for people who are members on YouTube and subscribers on Twitch. And that's just because, you know, the server costs money and we can only have so many people playing at once. So if you do join, afterwards, you can go to our Discord and link your YouTube or your Twitch account to Discord, and that'll automatically give you all the permissions and roles. And Doc, you need to rotate those.
Here we go again.
Yeah, you got that one right.
Well, that one was done before I started this last batch of them.
Gotcha. Anyway, that'll give you guys the proper role so you guys can get all the login information to come hang out. The Crafter says, "Oh, the pain of not having enough rubber and plastic. I convert the entire Spire Coast into a farm for those, so I never miss out on either."
Okay.
And that's more or less what this whole build is.
Yeah. That really is. And once I get all of the fuel lines plugged in and being used, the plastic will come out. So. Okay.
Bama fan in Oz says, "Bama fan? If
Probably
coffee stain-
Alabama.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah. If Coffee Stain Studio were to add new materials into the next major update, what do you think those materials might be or might like to see?"
I would like to see. I'd like to see opening up a new biome. I'd like to see them opening up a tier 10 before tier 5, before phase 5 is done, and potentially a phase 6 that would tell more of the story of what's really going on here in this world. So.
Yeah, I think the exact materials that are released really depends on where we get those materials. I want to see a dangerous location, whatever it is. If it's in space, if it's in a volcano, if it's underwater. some place where inherently being there is dangerous and requires extra care. I mean, they made radioactive stuff, but it's solved by clog up your inventory with stuff. You know?
Radiation is solved by clogging up your inventory?
With filters.
Oh.
As opposed to, for example, if it's underwater, what it means is before you can build anything, you have to build an underwater habitat. You have to pressurize it. You have to make sure that you keep it evacuated with water. If power goes down, the place gets filled with water and you can't, and machines shut off. And so you have to solve the power issue, evacuate the water, then you can get things running again. If it's, for example, in space, you have to make sure you have a place pressurized so you can have oxygen in there for you to be able to travel through there. Things like that. The idea of creating an environment that you have to solve as you build it, not a put stuff in your inventory and it's fixed. And Mr. Penguin is here, just subscribed to Tier 1.
Alrighty. Thank you.
Thank you. Crestmeister says, I have a lengthy question. Can I type it in 2 messages?
Absolutely. Jalapeno ore.
Uranium ore. It's spicy.
Yeah, definitely. That's one way to say it.
And it's green.
And it's green. Okay.
Yeah, but the Bama fan says yes. Alabama fan in Australia. Cool.
In Australia.
Oz.
So are we talking about the Alabama that we know in the U.S.?
I do believe so. I don't know of any other Alabama.
Anybody hear that awful noise in their ear when I'm playing, when I get under certain machines?
Awful noise.
Yes. Okay.
Weird. I'm not listening to your
like,
audio.
It's
so.
more like scratching. For some reason, the sound it doesn't come through when I'm here in this level. It's just noise.
Weird. That'd be an interesting idea. Tall Zeratul says, I love the ability to lock slots in storage or vehicles to specific items.
Ah. That would be kind of interesting, I suppose.
Mr. Penguin describes the sound saying it sounds like Doc's going through a wind tunnel in some places.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just scratchy, whooshy. It's, yeah, terrible.
Weird.
Okay.
Okay. He says his wife is from Alabama in the USA, but moved to Australia before they met.
Okay.
Okay. Cool.
I'd be a fan of Alabama too if I took my wife from there. Problem is, I took my wife from California, and it's hard to be a fan of California right now. Okay. Is this not powered? I didn't power up this whole line yet. Okay. Very not cool.
Very not cool.
Yeah, very not cool. Let's get this line up and running. Do we have that question? Is it Crestmeister with the question?
Yeah.
All righty. Well, let me just walk to the end of this line so I can remember what I was going to do, and let's go answer the question. Good, go for it.
Ooh. Let's go that. Apparently I can scroll that. That's going to be helpful. Okay. Good luck.
I wonder why it's not going wider.
Oh, I don't like that. You see, scaling the side panel also scales that.
Interesting. Well, leave it at that size. That's fine.
Yeah.
Alrighty, I have a plastic factory making 160 per minute. At first, it was only for personal use. Plastic for personal use? Okay. Then I split off a bit to supply my circuit board factory. Later, I split off another bit for AI limiters. I still have some plastic left over, but I'm sure it'll be needed for something else later. Yes, it certainly will. My problem is deciding that how much that each that outgoing bit of plastic should be. I don't have a target. I still need X circuit boards per minute or Y AI limiters per minute because I don't currently need them anywhere. Well, you need AI limiters if you want to make smart splitters. So if you're making smart splitters, you'll want them. So let's go to the next half of the question. So I'm just blindly guessing at how much plastic to allocate to each to make enough of those products, like 30 to this factory, 50 to that factory, etc. How small or big enough of a factory would be enough? I don't know since I haven't experienced the later phases. How can I decide this? Well, my previous answer really stands here too. When you get to the point where you're making plastic, you'll find that you're going to use plastic for building machines and you're going to use plastic in components, both. And with both of those in consideration, you really need to build more plastic than what you think you need, simply because later on you'll keep using more and more plastic. It becomes one of those almost base elements that you use in frequent locations. So I would crank up those refineries and make more plastic. You need more plastic than rubber usually. So I usually put one line to making rubber, and I put the rest of the lines of refineries that I get on various different oil deposits with the extractors. So each extractor going to a different line. I build as much plastic as I can after I get one line going with rubber, and that usually keeps me up and running until the end game. Pretty much all of this factory, with the exception of one line, and there are something like 250 refineries below me, are making, most of those are making plastic. So you'll find that you'll need them, use them, want them later on. So keep it up, keep going, and I hope that answers the question. Let's go on to the game. Very good question.
Yeah.
But it's based on the how much is enough question again. You know, in the early game, enough is never enough. So you keep building. You keep building more and more because you'll find that you'll use them. You'll use it all. And wish you had more at some point.
See, now Doc and I take somewhat different tactics when building our factories. For me, what I would say is, you took off a bit for your circuit board factory and a bit for your AI limiters, but you don't really need those in great quantities right now. I would say then take a sink and put it on your circuit board factory. Put a sink at the end of your AI limiter factory. Whatever they produce per minute, calculate back how much plastic you need for those. Keep all your factories running all the time. That will give you the math of how much plastic you have left over, right? And then when you have your next need, calculate how much you need, put a sink at the end, keep it running, If you keep your factory running all the time, you'll have the answer to those questions. Instead of, which is the opposite of Doc's method of store a bit and then just let your factory shut down, wait until it needs to make more.
Well, I put sinks on a lot more than what you believe. I really do.
Yeah, you're right. You aren't a purist that way either, and that's fine. But to illustrate the difference in thought, I'm also naturally a bit more of a planner than Doc likes to be. Doc likes to build a factory, see what the result is, and adjust accordingly.
Okay. Very good.
Corey asked, do you have any of the Fix-It merch? I got one of the coffee cups for my birthday.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got a few of those toys around here. We've got the smaller plush doll, smaller doggo plush. We've got the build gun. We've got a cup.
Yeah, we got the build gun. That's the coolest piece
Yeah.
of all of it.
Okay. Okay. Do you think my power's doing pretty good, Robert?
Mark, stop it.
Mark.
By the way, Mark's
Hello,
here.
Mark.
He says, wow, moving again, Doc. Are you making room for the kids to move in? And good morning, Assassin Robert. How's the murdering going? Have you taken anyone out lately? Keep going, Doc. You'll get there by Christmas. But he says he's on best behavior today, so.
Ah, he's out of budget. Okay.
But he says that right before he tells somebody that this is not a live stream, this is an early recording. Excuse you, Mark. We are live. And Dexy, yes, hello. He says, caught live, thanks for the shorts.
I've got 5 more. I've got actually 4 more lines to build, and then this one was going to go to the ends to keep the ends full. So I've got 4 more lines to build, Robert.
Keep going.
Yep, but I've got plastic coming, which was the goal, to get those lines back up and running. So should I keep going, or should I go do what I was doing before to get my modular engine started and rebuild my space elevator?
I think you should finish this. But
You think I should finish this? Wow.
FRN says, when do you start your truck? You know what? That's a university question. Where do you get all the university questions today?
Yeah. All right, let's go answer a question. Okay. FRM from Skaden, maybe? FRN. SC. Okay. All right. When do you start your truck line? Should I wait until I got smart splitters so I can get all kinds of resources in a single truck station, or is there another tactic? Yeah, there's actually several tactics for truck lines. And the tactic is about the same as train lines later. You can definitely deliver single products to single truck stations, and then you don't have to sort them. Or yes, you can have multiple trucks delivering from truck station to deliver multiple products to the same truck station. You can do that. Use a smart splitter, sort them out, and send them on their way. That does reduce the amount of throughput you could have, because a truck will take an entire load of what it takes to fill up a truck station all at once. A tractor takes about half that much. And so if you deliver multiple products to the same truck station, yes, you've got the added infrastructure of smart splitters. And that's one way to do it. I personally like to deliver different products to different truck stations, and keep each truck station for one item. That allows me to take a single conveyor out there and supply it to whatever manifold line I need it, without having to worry about splitting it off and storing something and sending product here or there. It just allows me to keep things more sorted out, and I tend to like that better. So hope that answers the question, and let's get back to the game.
Okay. And Dexy says, perfect timing. I am doing a truck heavy playthrough.
Okay.
Crestmeister has a follow-up for his big 2-parter that we answered.
Okay.
Says, thank you, Doc and Robert. And for Robert's approach with the sinks, my question is, when I'm deciding to build a circuit board factory, I have the question, how big the factory should be? How many assemblers? And that can be decided by how much input resources, like plastic, I have available, or how many output products, circuit boards, I want to have per minute. Problem is, I don't know how to figure out the answer to either of these. As you can tell, I'm very inexperienced with factory building games.
Okay. Fair enough. Um, I tend to do whatever I can. In fact, sometimes, you don't have smart splitters early on. A lot of times I'll send stuff to a sink and to a storage container, um, with a regular splitter instead of a smart splitter at first, and then I'll come back and look for uh, look for those splitters and replace them with smart splitter. So either way you want to do that, it eventually works. So sometimes you just don't want to wait for various items to come available.
Mm-hmm. I think Zaratool's comment's good. He says, one counterpoint to syncing everything while progressing is the excess in storage can give you a jump start on a new tier, especially if your belt rate is faster than your rate of production.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep.
Where I struggle with it is sometimes it gives you a false sense of efficiency, where you build a new factory and you say, oh, everything's running perfectly. Look, all the machines are filling up perfectly. Everything's running great. And then sometime down the road, you realize it's because you had a bunch of extra materials. Now they're gone. And not only do you have to upgrade this factory, but you have to upgrade the factory before that. And sometimes it's like a chain of 3 or 4 factories you have to all upgrade because you were looking at the production levels and it was actually relying on old storage instead of current production.
Yep. That's why Robert hates it when he sees containers. And the only place in this world that I've actually put a whole row of containers like that is on the cable line, because the cable line tends to be a bottleneck in a lot of different production. So I just wanted to have extra, and I am producing a lot of extra in that particular line. And so that's why I'm having a hard time building as many as I want. It takes 30 copper sheets per machine. And I'm just, what? Now what am I out of? Quick wire and rubber again.
Okay, Doc, we got 2 more university questions from you.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, we're getting them in good now. When people got questions, they got questions.
Good stuff. Well, the doctor is in, so let's see our patients. Okay. All righty. Hey, Doc, I'm thinking of, this is from Frank V. Hey, Doc, I'm thinking of building one big factory per part. So a screw factory, an iron plate factory, and so on and so on. Moving them all with trucks and trains. Will that work or be a headache? It'll be a bit of a headache, but if that's what you want to do to challenge yourself, go for it. Because those are parts that if you build a big factory that has a lot of production, you're definitely going to have a good amount of product that will propel you toward the end game. So the viability, if it's too far away, you might have logistics problems, but if you get a good train system, it'll just keep flowing naturally, and it'll be like it's right on the next floor. So that's not a bad idea. It's kind of fun to challenge yourself and build large factories for your really beginning game parts. And so, yeah, that might be an interesting way to do things. Might be a consideration for one of my new starts as well. So, hope that helps, and let's go to the next question. Okay. Okay, Dana MSY has a question. He says, do you prefer to build all in one major building or have separate builds everywhere? Which you take the trucks and trains delivering products. I tend to like building factories that are standalone. Um, in other words, I like building the mega factories type of style. Um, when I get to the point where I've got too many products to bring to a location and it's just not convenient to bring those products to my main hub, then I'll make a modular factory out there. Like I've used the example of the aluminum factory a lot because bauxite is through the middle of the map. And if you're in, you know, if you're in various locations on the map, like the grassy fields or the dune desert, it takes quite a bit of travel and transport to get to bauxite. So I'll tend to make a bauxite factory, an aluminum factory near the bauxite. Just a preference there. But for the most part, there's iron all over. There's copper all over. There's places to build that have limestone where you can build concrete all over the map. So building modular factories for them probably isn't necessary, and I tend to do it when it's necessary rather than just as a method. So I hope that helps, and let's go back to the game. Alrighty, I gotta pipe this thing up, and then I'll go get some more. What was I missing?
Motors or something. Rubber.
Rubber and yeah, just rubber at this point.
Quick wire. You're gonna run out of very soon as well.
Oh, that's right. I was out of quick wire before.
It's refilled a little.
Because it's refilled. It says I can build it, except for the rubber. Okay.
So Trekkie had a great follow-up with Frank V. Says, Frank V, don't have a screw factory. Screws are inflationary goods, meaning you get more screws per unit of input. You'll drive yourself crazy trying to get logistics to work for screws, in my opinion.
So what he's saying is you put in rods and you get multiple screws for each unit of rods, and so yeah, you can tend to have a buildup of screws that you transport everywhere very quickly, and transport of that much could actually hinder you more than help you. So,
yep, that's a very good point from Trekkie.
Yep.
So, Mark had a question specifically for me. He says, Robert, why do many Americans think that they're the oldest nation in accordance to knowledgeable BS, but still say that America is the oldest nation on Earth?
I don't know what kind of idiot would ever say that, because it's obviously not.
It's one of those things with a seed of truth that gets said inaccurately and then continues to spread. Okay?
Yeah.
Let me show you what happens when you ask Google for the list of oldest governments in the world. I share my screen here real quick. It says the oldest continuous governments and sovereign states in the world include San Marino, the United States, and Japan. Okay.
Oldest if you look continuous at governments, that's kind of the tricky way to...
Yeah, exactly. When I say it's a seed of truth, you have to look for the oldest continuous government. Okay, measured by the age of their written frameworks, founding traditions, and unbroken political continuity. So you have to be very, very narrow to get that kind of answer. But what happens is that nuance gets lost. So it specifically says right afterwards, what about the oldest unbroken monarchy and state continuities? Because we know, like, the UK is the great example. As it morphed from being a monarchy to its modern framework, it's been around since the Magna Carta. Right?
Yeah.
So it's silly to say that the United States is older than Britain. We came from Britain, right? But if you very, very narrowly tailor the question, you get a very, very narrowly tailored answer, which is silly.
Yep.
So
thank
there
you.
Go.
Thank you for the history lesson, my son.
Sure. I had that specific answer because I heard the same thing and I was like, wait, that can't be true. And I had to go look it up and figure out where the truth was.
Or where the falsehood was.
Yeah. So.
Or how they got to the falsehood.
Yeah. So. Mick Silas says, wait, I thought I just clicked on the Satisfactory stream. Sorry.
Didn't know you're getting History 101, huh? Oh, gosh.
FRN says, I work as an accountant for a manufacturing plant, and I work on site. This game helped me see my workplace in a more pleasant way.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you can kind of start understanding the end from the beginning and understand what those procurement people are, dealing with, and then all the complaints on the factory floor about, oh gosh, I'm missing this part, so I can't finish this component. Yeah, you begin taking a fresh look at all of the work in process that costs you money as an accountant, that a good, robust supply line assists in making sure continues to flow seamlessly. So, yeah, an accountant would really, buy into this a lot.
Just don't ask Doc what he calls you behind your back.
Sorry, I was a finance guy all my life. We had a hard time with certain accountants.
It's a rounding error. I don't care.
Yeah. Yeah, my manager would get so frustrated with me. I'd round it down to the dollar, and he says, "Come on, we're talking millions here. Round it up." To where? To the millions. You gotta be kidding me, really? Nope, he was not kidding.
Trekkie asks, what sort of fuel are we getting ready to burn there, Doc?
It's just regular fuel. Not rocket fuel, not anything special.
Corey asks, are you retired, Doc?
I am. Just means I'm twice as tired as you are. Yeah, I retired after 25 years at Boeing. You know what it's for, Robert. Right? Doc won't mind. I think I'm in single player mode. I don't want to change that. Let's go to options, gameplay. Where do I change to single player mode real quick?
I don't remember.
Yeah, right. You don't remember. There was no quick wire in that. I might have to go all the way home.
Oh, dang.
I thought Mark was being good today. Didn't he? Wasn't that self-proclaimed that he was going to be good today?
He did say he was on his best behavior.
Yeah, so
but,
what do you call this?
Best behavior as defined by Mark.
Yeah.
And Mark says, have you ever built anything you didn't want to?
As it in the game, you mean?
I imagine so, yeah.
Yeah, I have. I sure didn't want to rebuild my cable factory. Realized that I didn't have nearly. Oh gosh.
Yes.
Didn't have nearly enough cable to support me all the way into making the adaptive control unit. The ACU, we call it. So I had to rebuild that, take a step backwards, and go rebuild that.
Oh gosh, I have to get into this world where he hasn't unlocked the depot hardly, and I have to find all the materials just so I can move around the map.
Yeah, without decent weapons either.
Oh, no flying dock for 10 minutes.
Yeah, I already read that.
Oh, okay.
I already read that. Yeah, he's trying to make my life more miserable here.
Aerodrig says, until recently I worked in a large commercial winery. Satisfactory taught me a lot about how our production worked. Satisfactory Calculator bears strong resemblance to our automation software.
Uh-huh. That's interesting.
Actually, Doc, I'll be back to torture you in a bit. I want to answer a different one of Mark's questions, but I have to log into a different world to do that.
Okay. That sounds very weird.
Oh, don't worry about it. It's fine.
Yeah, right. I know. It's always fine as far as you're concerned, as long as you get to have some fun.
Yeah, more or less. Yeah.
Yeah. He has such a wicked laugh, doesn't he?
I have never been accused of having a wicked laugh.
Oh, I have never been accused of that.
Mark asks a follow-up question. Has any build really got you miffed?
When I first tried to build the crystal oscillator, I struggled. That's just one that I remember that particularly had me struggling. Don't know why. It didn't seem to be all that difficult. I mean, there's I I have built synthetic power shards in one of my builds. Synthetic power shards are difficult. They're not fun at all. They're particularly useful, but they're not fun. Okay.
You know what, Mixilus? That's a great question.
I'm glad you think so, Robert.
Doc, I don't even have any equipment on me. You see? What a thief. Killing a man for his tool. You back away from the edge. Petty revenge. We have some university questions for you, Doc.
I'm busy getting my petty revenge. I just have to find where your body is.
Levis says, straight dumped his body too. Got rid of evidence.
I'm not seeing. Oh, it must have gone out over here. Where'd your body go? Doggone it.
Did he go over the edge?
No, because it would have been nice if it went over the edge. I mean, that's a nice place to go. You weren't supposed to notice this. You were supposed to be off in a different world talking with Mark.
Unfortunately, I'm here waiting for you to take your university questions. Instead, you're messing around, killing my
Killing your body. All right, let's go. What can we ask here? Maybe you have to have what started. Okay, Mixilus, G1 asks, my question is, does gas behave the same way as liquid, minus head lift? The way that it doesn't act like liquid is the head lift. It goes through pipes normal. It's still restricted to either 300 for Mark 1 or 600 for Mark 2. It still is restricted if you put valves on it. It works the same way, with the exception that you don't have to worry about lifting it up, because gas has no weight, or very little weight anyway. So it goes up just as easy as it goes sideways. So that really is the only real difference. Otherwise, all other rules apply. So let's go back to another question.
Can you click the play button? Go to the next one.
I can. All right. The next question we have from Nine Toes. It says, what are the major breakpoints for the game? For instance, phase X, this has this to unlock, then you should rebuild fully because it's just that much better. You're going to be constantly rebuilding your manifolds with each phase. In other words, you're going to get, like, for example, if I were to deconstruct these, you'll notice that they're Mark II belts. I've already unlocked Mark V. I've unlocked Mark IV. So if I were to want to upgrade that, I would upgrade that to Mark IV. So literally, it's a situation where you're going to constantly be rebuilding and getting more production out of your existing factory. Okay, so your decision at that point is whether to completely rebuild a factory or whether to leave it as is and just build more on the factory in a different floor maybe, or just destroy it completely and use the floor space to rebuild the manifolds larger. But the game is about rebuilding and constantly improving and updating, and it's really a lot like a real factory in that respect, where the new technology coming is going to obsolete some equipment in a factory, and literally that follows that pattern, only they do it artificially by us unlocking new phases and getting better equipment to kind of simulate that progression through a factory. But like, you'll get Mark II miners, then you'll get Mark III miners. So you'll want your base products to be updated again with better miners that produce more. And then you'll want to overclock them so they can produce up to the 1200 max when you get Mark VI belts. All those things tend to lead you to updating and rebuilding your factory along the way. So there's not a particular breakpoint going from Mark I to Mark II, Mark II to Mark III in the conveyor belts. Comes along almost every phase. So it'll be in a constant state of flux, so to speak. And I hope that answers the question. And it looks like there's one more. And so Crestmeister asks, says he has a truck question. What prevents them from achieving high speeds? I have a long straight road that I built. It's comfortably wide enough. No obstructions in the way, only one truck on it. There's literally nothing that would cause it to slow down, but still the truck reaches only 80 to 90 speed out of the max 150 available on the speedometer. That's roughly only 60% speed. The trucks, I think the speed is the same for trucks, trains, and tractors. And the max I've seen trucks go has been in that 90 to 100 range. So I don't really think you're getting cheated there. It'll go about as fast as it's going to go until it comes to a turn and stuff. It'll slow down for the turns and the intersections. But the max 150 is kind of like any car that you drive. The speedometer will say that the speedometer will be a whole lot faster than what it can actually go. And some of us are foolish enough to try to test that, which is a lot of fun if you do it. But anyway, I might have 16-year-old drivers on the line. Probably shouldn't say that. Anyway, so I think you're doing okay if you're getting 80 to 90 along the straightaways. If you want faster, you get trains, basically. And I don't see any other questions, so let's go back to the game.
I'm back.
All righty.
Okay, so I think Mark has seen this before, but Mark did ask, what's the strangest thing I've built? And so, Doc, we have to go back to the 1.0 world. So I'm going to show off the 1.0 world
Okay.
for a minute.
Okay.
Okay. A little bit of story behind here. Garrett, my other brother, played with us in this world, and he built this wonderful elevator. And way up at the top, on the top of a skyscraper, Garrett and Doc have their own office. But then he put me down in the basement, the customer relations office. So this is where my office is, and I helped to build it out. But it's down here in this dank little hallway. There's a little storage room off to the side over here. Well, sorry, a bit of a plumbing room. Just a little maintenance room. Over here is a storage room. Not much to see.
Not much to see.
Here's a little workroom where we keep spare parts and stuff. The Christmas decorations, of course. We'll bring them out in a couple of months. My workbench where I plan factories, of course. Over here is the central power conduit. It's a bit of a tight squeeze as well, but it's fully functioning here. Then we come down here, there's the actual customer service desk. And this is what Garrett put forward for my office, of course. We have our good motivational posters on the wall. The beatings will continue till morale improves. Oh, my game is saving. Can't jump the turnstile, sorry. Improper building can lead to fatalities, and only you can prevent inefficiency. Right? Then we have the employee area over here. Employees
This is
only.
Too funny.
Lunch table with some remains on it. Somebody forgot to clean up afterwards. Then, of course, you come back here and you have the experimental area where some shenanigans are happening. But yep. Anyway, that's the end of the tour. We'll take you back to Doc.
So, when we talk about strange things, that's got to be the strangest. The neat thing about it is Robert had fun doing it.
I did. Inumaki says, why do you work at the SCP Foundation? Well,
The SCP Foundation? What's that?
It's Warehouse 13, but for people, yeah, basically imagine it's Warehouse 13, but as a writing prompt online for a bunch of people doing fun stuff.
Okay.
That was, yeah, I was going for something close to like Stanley Parable kind of feel to it, and got there. It was a lot of fun.
Okay.
And this, this particular final room there was, I built that for a short, or for one of Doc's tips. So you should have seen it. You should have seen it there.
That's why.
Weavis says, I picked the game up for the first time a couple weeks ago, and the shorts you've posted have been such a great help. Wanted to stop by and thank you for your wisdom.
Well, I appreciate that.
And Crimvale says hello.
Hi. I'm going to see if I can rebuild the space elevator.
Cool.
Okay. Somebody... We need to get Bugs Bunny on board with us.
Yeah. Nine Toes asks, Doc, any advice for other dads raising sons?
Be interested in what they're interested in. So, that's about all I can say. I mean, if they're interested in camping, be interested. Because if you're interested in what you're interested in what they're interested in, they want to have you around to do it with them. So That would be what I would say.
And a corollary to that, share what you like with them, which is a lot of what Doc did with me. There's when I was a early teens, Doc and I did a lot of camping, and one particular outing of my favorite was he brought a book, and I think it's still on his shelf, which was The Science and Technology of Star Trek. And we just spent the entire evening talking about cool science stuff, and I was young enough that to me it was all brand new, and it was so much fun.
Yeah.
So
Yep, that was funny. That was fun.
Yep.
The Science of Star Trek was the name of that book.
The Science of Star Trek?
Blue, kind of iridescent cover.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's in this room somewhere.
Yep. Oh, yeah. I'm not going to get rid of that book. I mean, consider the tricorder.
Okay.
We came to that and past that.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, with the flip phone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You just didn't flip it and it didn't make this funny noise, but
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Of course I can't build it.
Inumaki says, do you think you can give my Satisfactory partner a small shout out? I want to surprise him.
Okay. Who is he?
Mm-hmm. Nine Toes says, thank you both for that. I have 3 young boys now, always looking to be better.
Uh-huh. And I can't say that I was perfect at what I just told you, but I tried. And I also learned from not trying hard enough. So, all right. Well, this is all closed because it's all full.
Inumaki says his name is Shiro Nami.
Shironami. Well, hey. Good luck to you and your friend playing Satisfactory together. It's fun to play with friends, partners, sons, daughters, anybody around that you can play with. It's always better with friends. So thank you for coming and talking with us, Shiro, Inumaki. But is Shiro watching with you there?
Erodrig says Doc's advice goes well for doctors as well. It worked for mine.
Cool. I happened to catch a glimpse of Robert going by. I'm not quite sure what he's doing here. I'm sure it's for a nefarious purpose, but I can't be sure yet.
Mark says, Robert, don't. You have a job to do. Yeah, I know. I can't have fun now. I have to go do a job for Mark. Step 1, find enough materials that I can even get myself a pair of Blade Runners. Nine Toes says, I just got my 18-hour notice. Does Fixit ever stop notifying you of time lost?
Nope. That's too funny. Okay. I think I needed... all right. Power. Fuel power.
Mark asks, Doc, have you built any height higher than 1,000 meters, or was that too much?
No, I have not actually tried to test the heights of the system here. So
You built this factory so high, I can't get anywhere.
You got to know how to navigate.
Yes, step one, have the equipment to navigate. Doc, Mark just donated another $2.
Oh. So I can't run when I see you.
How high up are you, Doc?
I'm really high.
This entire stinking factory's way too tall.
Yeah, it's neat, isn't it?
No, too tall doesn't mean neat. Too tall means too tall.
Build bigger, go home.
Sure. I can't disagree with that. But I can disagree with it. Not being able to find it. Nine Toes asked, does the coffee cup actually give you any buffs?
No. Nope, it doesn't. It's just a decoration.
Just for fun.
Yep.
Pumpkinhead asks, what's the best way to build an epic build in Satisfactory?
You start by watching. It's actually going into the sink. Ha! I'm actually producing enough quickwire that it's going into the sink.
You start by getting stuff to go in the sink?
What was the question? I'm sorry.
How do you do an epic build in Satisfactory?
Well, I believe you just start one little component at a time. I just need copper sheet now. I would go look at a builder that is very epic in my mind, and that would be why am I having a hard time with figuring out what that person's name is? Jake's.
Oh yeah, my name Jake's.
Yeah, there you go.
He's incredible.
Yeah.
I think Tundra from Whitestone Industries also does an amazing job.
Yeah.
Of course.
If you go look at their builds, get ideas from them, I would say that's one way to create some epic builds.
Mm-hmm.
I can always go get more rubber. Okay, copper sheet. Oh, I don't need that. All right.
Dexy says, I just noticed there's a fix-it sticker on the back of the zip line. That's cool.
Yeah, they put their advertising all over the place.
As though there's actually other companies to, buy from around here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just like the Awesome Shop is the best shop on the planet.
Mm-hmm. John Cogan says, also recommend Kibitz, original Satisfactory streamer.
Yeah.
Has massive builds. Yeah. There's a lot of people who've been around for a long time that are really great.
Yeah, I Am Kibitz has a quite a history. Before the wiki was really there, he created a website that gave information, then transferred all that information to the wiki when it became a thing. And yeah, he is pretty awesome. And he loves to show off his massive builds too.
Mark, I Knowing where Doc is secondary. Primary is having any weapon in my inventory and any method of transportation in my inventory.
So, are you going to get fired, Robert?
I think I might. I'm feeling a little behind the curve at the moment.
Yeah, I'll bet you are.
And
so deservedly so, of course.
P-Fish says, "What's up, Doc? It's the guy who hates coal generators, Pufferfish. I've come back to talk again. Okay. Have you ever played Scrap Mechanic?"
I've seen it. I believe I have it, but not played it a lot.
Garrett would love for you to try out Scrap Mechanic. Garrett's played a decent amount and loves watching a lot of people play it. It's one of those games where it's a small game, but there are hundreds and there's so many different ways to play it. You can play it forever. So.
Okay. Oh, this gets so frustrating. When you copy it, you should be able, the orientation should get copied too.
Hashtag Doc problems.
Yep.
Doc, where are your motors and rotors made?
Oh, I don't know.
Come on, man. Enable your own self-destruction. Be helpful over here. I've been searching for hours.
Yeah. Keep searching.
You know what, Doc?
You're gonna have to work for this.
How? Mark doesn't wait.
All right, that means I have to go exploring, I guess. When I can't walk.
How do I get up to the next floor? You have an entire factory and then a gigantic floor that's supported by a single wall of glass.
Yeah.
And no ladder, no stairs.
Wrong. Yeah, I've got.
Oh, it's over on the opposite corner.
Yep. You're beginning to see already.
Okay, Doc, we did have a question. University question. So how about we just pause and do that, okay?
Okay. What's the timers looking like?
Hours left.
Of course.
Doc, I'm gonna get fired if I don't kill you at least once.
Oh, well. Well, easy come, easy go.
Here you go, Doc.
Okay, Weavis asked, does building satellite factories to produce low to medium tiered items and build a transportation line to make feeding a mega factory easier, or should you centralize the whole factory in one building to ramp up production from floor to floor and transport the most basic materials into the large bulk? A lot of it depends on the area that you've started in. If you start in an area like the grassy fields, it has a lot of basic resources like iron and copper and limestone. But your other resources like oil and bauxite and quartz tend to be quite a ways away. So when you get a little bit more advanced, you might leave your factory that's making those, copper, limestone, and iron products, leave them there in your whatever factory you've built, and then go build elsewhere where you can get closer to the other higher level resources. That is one tactic that you can use in order to make your factory more efficient. And then, of course, I would try to wait until trains come so that you can have a regular train line going back and forth to bring those products. But it does make sense in certain situations. Now, if you're in a place like the Dune Desert, it has a lot of basic elements, but it also has some higher level elements, like coal is right there in the Dune Desert, so you can get all the way to coal power without a problem. There's also three um, oil deposits right there in the Dune Desert, so you can start your first starter oil factory. The bulk of the oil is in the northern forest, but it has a bit of all of those resources all the way through oil in the Dune Desert. So building a huge mega factory in the Dune Desert, where you just bring everything to that factory, makes a whole lot of sense. Um, if I was in the northern forest, um, I would find it difficult to build everything there. So it's basically starter area specific. So I I would I would say that you have to judge based on your environment and see how it works for that particular environment. So hope that helps. Let's go back to the game.
One more question for you.
Let's go to one more question. Okay, Nine Toes said, Doc, do you struggle with scaling and size for your factories? I seem to keep always thinking every inch matters, and it just gets super dense. And it's good to keep, and this, and it gets super dense. Is this good to keep for blueprinting later, or is a sprawl better? I've done both. Your starter factories tend to be compact and close into each other with very little room around the factories, because you just you don't have enough concrete, for example, to build large foundations to build on and such. And you've got a lot of factories to throw down, like iron and copper and limestone to make concrete. So every inch does matter in the early game, but you'll notice as I've been playing here that my factories are quite spread out now, because I've got a lot of resources. I like them spread out. I like lots of room between them. Um, and so I tend to build much more spread out and much more organized as I progress later in the game. So by the time you're to tier 3, you should be able to build pretty much as big as you want and leave space between your factories. So every square inch isn't the necessary issue when you're in the later game. So I hope that helps. And is that the rest of the questions?
Yeah, that's it.
All righty.
Mm-hmm. And Weavis says, thanks to the insight.
Uh-huh. Have you found me yet? Or are you...
Doc, I'm not even going to you yet. I just finally got enough materials so I can remake my Xeno Zapper you stole.
Parachute only.
Nice.
Meaning I can't use a jetpack.
Uh-huh.
Well, that's going to make... Can I run? Can I...
You just can't build right now. So.
Okay, so I can run.
Yep. And Pufferfish says, scrap mechanic is a paradise for engineers. Autos, planes, spaceships, factories, and more. It's a sandbox with infinite possibilities. The only limit is your imagination and your frame rate.
And your frame rate. Absolutely.
And Pumpkinhead does note, when it comes to the modular versus mega issue, that the base game was built so the nodes are spread out to have you break up your factories to help with your frame rate. One thing that happened with our 1.0 release game, we wanted to build the Gigafactory, the biggest factory of all factories. And oh man, did our frames hate us. Raf asks, is it worth to do nuclear electricity?
Generally, you can make it to phase 5 without nuclear. In fact, I have on the builds that I've done. In fact, the 2 times that I made it to phase 5 and finished the game, I did not have nuclear. So you don't have to have it. They're fun power plants to build if you like nice complexity. They're really fun. So what more can I say?
Mm-hmm. It's an option.
Yep.
It's an option that, Doc, you generally have said you really enjoy.
Yeah, I do. I like the complexity.
Yeah. And for me personally, I get so annoyed at the radiation. Like, I understand that Geiger counters are useful. I don't need a Geiger counter beeping in my ear for the entirety of the 8 hours I'm going to build the factory.
Makes you want to turn off sound effects.
Yeah. So little things like that to me just get a little bit annoying.
Okay.
And so I'd just like the fuel.
We talked about the silica.
Yeah.
Silicon. I'll go ahead and farm one of these, and it gave 19 silica, along with mycelia and various other things.
Yeah.
So they are resource rich.
Well, Euro
nice.
Dig is heading out for the night.
Alrighty. Thanks for coming. Appreciate you.
Mm-hmm. And my life says I'm on phase 7, still running oil and coal, no nuclear yet.
Okay. We are at 89 viewers in YouTube.
Wow.
And along with another 59 in Twitch. That's quite
awesome.
Yeah, quite the number of viewers at the moment. It's been
You
good.
said something about silica not being gathered.
What about not being gathered?
About silica?
Yeah.
You don't do silica?
No, I just harvest it instead of making it out of making it out of quartz.
Nine Toes says, I was hoping for biofuel just to carry me to the end. It's so simple. Just Paul Bunyan for a few hours and I'll be good.
Yeah, that won't work for very long, unfortunately.
Doc used to do that so much early in the early game that in Update 8, I had quite a bit of fun teasing about that in the early videos. Yeah. I built whole montages of Doc just chopping things down. It also, you know, biofuel unfortunately does punish early players who are just learning quite a bit, because just leaving your factory running means you have to go gather again, and if you aren't fast at gathering, you spend a lot of time doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Pufferfish says, imagine if uranium was used in a treat. How many calories does uranium even have? Can radiation increase your metabolism?
Yeah, because your heart rate would go sky high.
From what I understand,
I'm gonna die soon.
Yeah, uranium does have very high calories, but
they're not the kind of edible calories.
Yeah. Hey, Mark would like you to jump off the tallest building in the game.
He would he?
Yep, he even paid for it.
Wow. That's kind of an interesting ask.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You haven't unlocked the hover pack yet?
No. See, this is what happens when you let me play on my own.
You don't play half the game.
I like building things.
Yeah, that's true. You optimize for having fun building.
Yeah.
So you've just built your factory straight off the southern edge of the map, huh?
I guess. I mean, it's just where I happen to start.
That's crazy.
It is right on the edge of the map, yes.
Mark says, I just want to see if you bounce, Doc. See if a boomer has some spring in his body, you know?
Well, I will make my way back to the factory here slowly. And we'll go test that theory.
My life says, Doc's like me. He just likes to enjoy the game.
Yep. I just wish you could take out these big things here. But you can't. They won't let you
Yeah.
saw those big.
I wonder if you can dynamite them.
Yeah.
I know there's some things you can dynamite that you can't saw.
Yep. This is not my tallest building, so I'm going to have to go back to my home base.
Mm-hmm.
Do I still have to use a parachute?
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely need to go to your home base. Well, Doc, you ready to do some science?
Science?
Yep.
Okay. What kind of science are we going to do?
I can't tell you before it happens.
Oh. For some reason, these are all not functioning. Even at the head of the pipe. So I got to do some.
Red Scorpion says, hey, Doc, I normally can't catch the streams because of work, but
Uh-huh.
I'm home early today, 6. I'm working on my fuel power plant.
All right.
Hope y'all are doing well.
That's a good occupation for when you're sick. Did you cut the power someplace?
I would never.
Did you?
My answer wasn't good enough?
You would ever because you did once.
You would ever. No, I did not.
Okay.
Although I do have to say, all these machines are completely off. They're completely out of fuel.
And why would they be out of fuel?
I don't know.
But see, I've got to go here, leap off a building, and then I can go back there again.
Yeah. Blood Oak says, holy mother of fuel generators, that's a massive power plant. Biggest I've ever done was a rocket fuel plant with 110.
Cool. See, it's easy to get up to the upper levels here.
Yeah.
So easy.
Easy, he says.
Yeah. All you have to do is know where the stairs are.
Sure.
Once you know where the stairs are and a little running around, and away you go.
Pufferfish says, if I would like to donate to you, could I change the values? Like if I have rubles, can I turn them into dollars?
You bet you can.
Yeah.
I think that you can. Does the game allow? Does YouTube allow you to donate in rubles?
Yeah, YouTube allows it for any. However, we do have a. Oh gosh, now I'm going the wrong way because we have a good donation link. By the way, Doc, you have to jump off from the highest spot to the lowest spot. You can't just jump off a short end.
That's what I'm doing.
And no parachute on the way down.
See, is this good enough?
Yeah, straight into the grass.
And I have to do it. Okay, I better go over here where it's a little bit steeper even. Or if he really, really wants me to be troubled, I could go over here into this blue area.
Nah.
No, I want to give him every penny of his value.
You just jump into the
See?
void.
We can go here. Ah! Here I go. Won't be bouncing though.
Mm-hmm.
There's no land underneath me.
Return to your designated zone. Failure to comply will result in termination.
Oh, I can get off the planet just by dying? Okay, so this time, whoops, went the wrong way. Now, see, he just wants me to die is what he wants. So I'm just going to take a flying leap. There we go. See, I died before Robert was able to execute me, so...
Gotcha. That ragdoll never stops being fun. And the best part is even though there's lag in seeing it, I can watch your screen so I can shoot as soon as you think you're up.
No, stop it.
That was a good shot.
That was a good shot. I mean, what are you shooting?
It's just a rebar gun. I was falling through the air watching you do that.
And you still managed to hit me?
I've taken a lot of shots on you like that. That was I don't have Blade Runner stock. I can't catch up to you.
Yeah.
Now you're in a stupid...
Yeah. Now I get to go figure out why my power plant is shutting down.
Mark says, I didn't get to see you bounce. That's not per the parameters. Got to redo the jump. I want to see the boomer bounce.
I bounced twice.
He says, okay, so you don't bounce. This must be have some hefty bones you have there, Doc.
Okay.
Maybe it's all the titanium.
Maybe.
Weavis says, if I really wanted to challenge my second playthrough, where should I start? My first time was the southwest of the map, original starting location for the game, I think.
Yeah, the grassy fields.
It feels like a lot of the veterans of the game really like the Dune Desert.
Yep. Okay, that one's running. This row is running. This row is not. And it's because of lack of fuel. So why is this one a problem? So we're talking the third one over. So there's the first, the second, this third one here.
Raph asks, why the name Doc?
When I got my PhD, I started being called Doc at work. And when I decided to start this channel, I figured that Doc is good name. So it kind of stuck. It stuck to the point that my wife even uses Doc now. Which
That's silly.
Yeah, well. Okay, so here we've got this pipe. It's full here. It's full there. It's full there. And there it's getting not so full.
Sorry, I'm trying to answer questions, but I have a puppy that's decided that she wants attention now. And her way of getting attention is she just scoots in underneath your arm and just puts her head on your lap and then just keeps on nudging your arm until you pay attention to her.
Yeah, it's kind of
Just
funny.
like, please, please.
Please
And
pet
she'll
me.
just hold there
Please pet me.
perfectly. Yeah.
Please pet me.
And as long as you're petting her, she won't move. She'll stay rock still for hours on end as long as you have a hand on her head and you're gently petting her. She's such a silly girl.
Yeah.
Crestmeister asks, do we get a degree certificate for graduating Dock University?
Do you want one?
Mhm.
Okay, we've got a pipe fill problem at this level here. For some reason, this is just not getting enough fuel. So it is the third one that way. So I'm going to go down and figure out where that's coming from. And I'm going to further troubleshoot.
Doc, are you
Alrighty.
connecting up multiple... Ew.
So
Oh.
these power plants aren't going either.
Well, I see a bunch of refineries that aren't getting enough heavy oil residue.
Okay. Yeah, that seems to be the case. Are you seeing them on the floor that I'm on?
I don't know what floor you're on, so I'm tracking down the problem with heavy oil residue. You'll find broken windows to be the trail to where I am.
Oh, dear. Well, these are running. The plastic ones are running just fine. Plenty of heavy oil residue coming into these pipes.
Oh, they're completely clogged with rubber.
Okay, it's the rubber line that's having a hard time.
Oh. It's not properly connected to the output. Yeah, the output line is empty,
Uh-huh.
and all these are trying to connect to it, and the lifts aren't properly adhering.
Okay, can you fix that? Or do you want me to come do that?
Well, we're in trouble. You're gonna have to completely rebuild this line.
Okay, where is this line? Are you on the main floor?
I'm at the very bottom floor.
Yep, that's the main floor. Okay, let me see if I can locate you. The rubber line is over here. I know where that is. So these... Oh, that's plastic. Okay. Okay, there's rubber. And there's rubber going up. What isn't connecting? What part is not connecting?
Mirage says, it's a dock stream. Amazing.
It is. Yes.
Hmm.
Okay. So I see things not moving.
Yeah, like they just aren't going from the lift because the lift is getting rubber in it, but it's just not coming onto the merger.
Okay. So we need another conveyor here.
Huh?
Need this conveyor put in.
Okay, sure, but it's not working.
Well, these aren't moving, that's for sure. We got to figure out why they're not moving. But wouldn't the problem be upstairs rather than...
No,
what?
this is the output of the rubber. The output rubber is not merging into the merger onto the conveyor. It's not output in the rubber. The rubber is stuck in all of these lifts.
In all the lifts
Wait.
at the end.
I'm seeing zero product on any of these belts.
They're all full.
They're all. Oh,
all the
gosh.
belts are full.
Okay, I'm seeing no full belts. Okay, that's the problem.
Okay.
I'm just building a sink.
No, there's a sink up here that they go to.
And it's not functioning.
And if it's not functioning, I want the sink on this floor.
Okay. Fine. Weavis says, this monologue is the one that I've had internally so much during my first playthrough.
Yeah. The big question is, where do they come up here?
Interesting. John Bennett says, I can hear the noise really bad now. I think it's coming from the Mark II pump on those pipes. Interesting.
Yeah. Okay, those coming up are coming up right. Supposed to be coming up right here. There they are.
I see tons of rubber there then, looking at your screen.
Yeah, and I don't see any sinks around here for some reason.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
No sinks. But plenty of storage units. That give you a false sense of security, thinking like you had plenty of storage.
Well, see, the thing is, okay, these are smart splitters to take them out here. Out here were all the sinks. And so I did something to mess up the rubber going to these sinks. And the whole idea here was this is a smart splitter instead of, okay, it should have been left output was overflow. And this would be rubber.
Well, it doesn't really matter because the rubber is the only thing on there. So just any and overflow.
Okay, so there it goes. That one's going. And there's another, that's plastic. And there's another output here that didn't get programmed right, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And left should be going to overflow. And, well, I'll just leave it to any. And now that's going to a sink. Okay, so we've got some movement now on the rubber. It might take a little while to clear it.
Mm-hmm.
But there's some output going. This is full, so all the overflow should be going to the sink right now. Okay, so it was my faux pas when I was rerouting these to add them to the train. I didn't get these programmed correctly.
Cool.
Okay. Thank you for being patient for me identifying where the sinks were supposed to be.
Sure. I do exaggerate my frustration sometimes for fun, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad it was just a config issue.
Yep.
Hard Silver says, oh dang, finally got a stream. Your YouTube shorts helped me finish my first ever playthrough all the way to the end. Thanks.
Fantastic.
Pufferfish did ask about donating in other currencies other than US dollars.
Yes.
We do, yeah, we'll accept donations through YouTube. YouTube does have their apps, whatever it's connected to. I did also link Stream Elements. One of the things that I like about Stream Elements is they don't take a 30% cut like YouTube does. And so that allows, us to keep more of what you give instead of YouTube. So we do appreciate it. Any extra amount is quite helpful to us.
Yep, it is. So. Okay, I can't make a smart splitter because I'm missing reinforced iron plate. I need to consolidate all my storage places.
And Pufferfish says Satisfactory has the best music in the world compared to other games.
Yeah.
Along with Deep Rock Galactic and Rogue Core that they also make. I bet you look at the sky at night in the morning and just listen to the masterpiece. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yep, we do have the soundtrack, and we do like Don't you have the soundtrack playing song after song underneath our
Yeah,
work
right
here?
now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Doc is unfortunately deprived of being able to listen to it once again, just like with the fact that we set the time of day and keep it from moving. We do the same thing with the soundtrack. Otherwise, it messes with our ability to cut and edit videos. So
I'm hoping I have some reinforced iron plate in here. There we go. Okay.
if only you had the space in your inventory for it.
Yeah, I'll throw away some things.
Throw some items in storage, pull some items out of storage.
Someday I'm going to get you for all of these comments. Someday your comeuppance will come.
Comeuppance?
Yep.
My Life asks, have you tried the translucent belts mod?
No. What is that?
I've never heard that one before.
Yeah, I haven't either. This one I want limestone. Okay. And
Mark asks, Doc, would you say you've earned your PhD in Satisfactory with all the teachings you've done and the amount of students you have? Or would you rather have a master's in the game?
I'd rather have a PhD in the game, of course.
But where would you say you are effort-wise?
I would say at a master's program level.
There you go.
I still feel like I've got so much more to learn.
Okay, so My Life says the translucent belt mod, they're just different tiers, but they look really cool and they're yellow.
Okay.
I wouldn't mind if all belts looked like tier 6, but were different colors. I like the tier 6 belts. I just don't like the tier 6 lifts.
Yes, they get so frustrating. And the reason they get so frustrating is simply because they... How do I say it? Why aren't these things moving? Why aren't these moving through here? What have I done wrong? I mean, this one has center output going in it. Like you said, we could leave it at any.
Mm-hmm.
And steel pipe to the right. And we got some steel pipe in there. And we've got...
I bet you have some things that went through before they got properly configured.
Okay, I'm not seeing any contents. I'm just seeing the build amount there.
Right.
I'm seeing 9 steel beams.
Look at the last one in the line.
Yeah, nine steel beams. And that's what's flowing through here. So the steel beams are going through. Oh, they're probably stuck here because they don't have an output.
Yeah.
Okay.
The crafter says tier 6 lifts not having an open face like 1 through 5 annoys me so much.
Yes, that's the tier 6 belt lift problem that I have. You can't tell if stuff is moving through there and be able to validate that it is attached correctly.
Yep. I just and Weavis says he's the exact opposite. I dislike the open face because closed looks cleaner. I wish I had a directional screen or a window so it was easily viewable.
Exactly.
Yeah. And just like with pipes, we have a clean version. Having an open and closed version of each one of them would be perfect. It would solve all those problems. But of course, that's just, you know. And Weavis says, I may have missed it while perusing your shorts, but what made you actually sit down and give this game a try? Were you playing games before this? Did your son twist your arm to get you to try something because he's a gamer and sharing his interest?
Neither actually. Let's go steel beams. I got to where I retired from Boeing, and retiring from Boeing meant that I could have more time. And toward the end, there just wasn't a whole lot to do. We were training people to take over our jobs anyway, so it got to the point where I was looking for a game to play, and I asked Robert, what was that game we played one day? So
I showed him one day, and he starts playing and immediately gets in a fight with one of the creatures, and it just kept knocking him around. And Doc couldn't kill him, and he's like, "Well, I don't know if I have the dexterity for this game. It looks really cool, but..." And that was it for the day. Then a couple years later, he comes back, and it's amazing.
Yeah.
I don't think it was a couple years later. I think it was like... I think I showed it to you when we were still down there in Arkansas, right?
Yeah.
So it was like 6 months or a year later he came back to it.
Yep. I'm going to do rotors in this one.
Okay. Well, Pufferfish says that unfortunately the site does not accept rubles.
Okay.
So, well, we really appreciate the
thought behind
the
it.
thought behind it.
Absolutely.
But Doc, you know what time it is?
No. What time is it? Is it already 1 o'clock?
It's already 1 o'clock somehow.
My heavens.
You
All
got
right.
stuck doing a lot of alternate things, that had to be done.
Well, I had to avoid you for most part.
That was 15 minutes.
Are you sure? It was
Yeah,
only
Mark
15
says,
minutes?
so when will you finally build Doc University? Or is that a challenge that needs funding where you spend a week building a supersized university?
Can you kind of send me the specs on that?
Yeah, I think we can look that up again. But...
Okay.
Blood Oak says, yeah, Satisfactory makes your time disappear real quick, like.
Yep, it does.
Yeah.
Especially when you're enjoying yourself and you get to talk with friends and stuff.
Yeah. You just hang out for a couple hours. Nine Toes says, I hope Star Rupture gets some good updates too.
Oh, me too. Although I haven't played Star Rupture in a little while, so they've probably got some updates that I haven't seen yet. So
yeah.
Why are rotors going through that way? What did I not do? Rotors.
You did any. You need to do any undefined.
You told me I didn't have to do any, and now I've been switching all these to any. Okay, I'll switch them back to any undefined, because that's what I had chosen before. Oh, come on.
Well, Doc, I'm going to take you to the chat
others.
room.
You are? No.
I'm sorry, but your time slot's up.
Man. So you guys can't even see what I'm finishing up here.
Well,
I only have 2 more smart splitters to do.
I'm letting them watch you try to jump from smart splitter to smart splitter, and
Okay, all of them are set to any undefined, so I shouldn't see any rotors coming out there anymore.
Okay. Okay, now we're back in the chat room. I'd like to remind everybody that we are sponsored by Ping Players. If you look for a multiplayer server to play with your friends, Ping Players is a great host. 1.2 has been a real struggle for all multiplayer, and Coffee State has been working on that. But we've found some great success with Ping Players. We've really appreciated them sponsoring us. The code DOC35 will get you 35% off whatever plan you choose. So,
All right. Very good. Death Watch is a big highlighted one. So why don't you read? Oh, heck, I'll read that one. Ada told me to embrace chaos. So 1.2, my save 1.2 is done. Just need 200,000-ish factory carts. Yes, 200,000. Well, watching them crash into one another is like watching two sumo wrestlers in a ring, but sometimes that 200,000, well, there is one time on a crossroad that I was dumb. I misplaced a cart road, and boom, 100,000 carts started piling up on the crossroads. It shall be named the Fix-It Crossroad Accident. Yes, I am insane. I am bored. Do you need to ask? Oh, that was a good one to end on. I appreciate that. This game is crazy. You can do some crazy things like Robert showed you with his dungeon space that he made as kind of a joke. Also, it appeared in a couple of our videos. So anyway, it is Tuesday tomorrow. Next week is Tuesday as well. We'll be back, and hopefully I'll be able to be a little bit ahead on my goals and getting the shop done so I can feel better about it. We got cooler weather this coming week, so I should be able to work longer. So 100-degree weather and 68-year-old people do not get along well together. So I am finding. So
I'd like to note that on Friday we're going to try to do another members only stream through Discord.
Yep.
And that will be that'll be this Friday. So if you're a member, hang out in Discord and come and chat with Doc.
Okay. And that'll be at 1 o'clock our time, Central US time. So if you're in Discord, I think it translates all those times. I don't know.
Yeah, and I'll make a post in the members section when we're going live anyway.
Yep. All righty. Oh, good day. Thank you for all coming, and we'll see you next Tuesday. Bye-bye.